We gon' break up, then we make up. Act like we're gonna be friends. Blaze the fire, take me higher. Leave it all over again, all over again. Leave it all over again, all over again. Leave it all over again. We gon' break up, then we make up. Act like we're gonna be friends. Blaze the fire, take me higher. Leave it all over again, all over again. Leave it all over again, all over again. Leave it all over again. Break up, then we make up. Act like we're gonna be friends. Blaze the fire, take me higher. Leave it all over again, all over again. Leave it all over again, all over again. Leave it all over again. All over, babe.
from a different star, flying over streets and our broken hearts. But they can't even touch us, we found a different beat. Paradise is waiting and we bought the lead. Ooh, getting caught in the mist, there's so many that never get out of. They're feeding the fears and the doubts. Ooh, but we're golden, we run to the end and we run without shame. We own the game, and we ride on the flames till the morning light. Baby, 'cause we're dynamite. Ain't nobody gonna hold us down. Raise all the roots, let them run and hide. Baby, 'cause we're dynamite. Gonna let the world know. We're from a different time, yeah, we're of a different breed. 'Cause what we got is timeless, we supersede. And we're holding the key, yeah, we're tight as can be. We're rolling, just like we please. Ooh, getting caught in the mist, there's so many that never get out of. We're feeding the fears and the doubts. Ooh, but we're golden, we run to the end and we run without shame. We own the game, and we ride on the flames till the morning light. Baby, 'cause we're dynamite. Ain't nobody gonna hold us down. Break
Good evening and welcome to the final round of our ACC Endurance Series. It's round 6 and we are at Mount Panorama and I see some sunlight. That is not something that we saw a little bit earlier during this evening's session. I'm Mullock and we'll be joined today by JP and AB. That's how I'm going to say it from now on so I don't butcher the names. We'll join them in a second. Just going to do a little bit of tinkering for now as we cannot hear the on-track audio for that car. So I'll do a little sneaky. I'll do that while I figure it out. How are we, chat? Boom. That's my little sneaky switch. Hello, JP. How are we, sir?
Very well, thanks. Yourself?
Just looking forward to seeing you out there, mate. I know how much you love this circuit.
No.
Just no. Yeah.
That's my response. That's all I have to say about Bathurst.
But it's always better up in the commentary box, mate, watching this track. We don't have to bin it at the top of the mountain up here.
Yeah, I mean, the only reason I signed up for comms tonight is to laugh at other people driving around it for 3 hours. So.
That's the only reason why I credit OOR, to be honest.
It's a very good reason, I would say.
I'll take that back, everyone. I'll take that back.
No, too late now. It's on the internet.
That's fair enough. That is fair enough. Tonight's format, it's a 3-hour race, 2 drivers per team. So each driver has to pretty much do 2 stints. You can do more if you like, but that's obviously not going to go well for your race. 2 qualifying sessions of 12 minutes. Driver 1, first session. Driver 2, second session. Then we average those times out to create the grid. So something a little bit different. We've got a few new teams out there tonight. The series has been sewn up, stitched up by Team Just Yes. Philip Bakita and Ryan Hallhand have won every race. And tonight, Ryan Hallhand's not racing, but he has a replacement in a name called Andy O'Hara. So that'll be a tough job for the other teams tonight, but you never know. Things do happen. And Alex Bowen, welcome to the commentary box.
Thank you. How are we?
I'm fantastic, thank you, sir. How are you?
I'm fairly good at the moment. Just finished up having some food, actually.
Some food? What did you eat?
It was fairly good chicken stir fry. It was involved, well, obviously chicken, some celery, baby corn, noodles. Yeah, it was quite good.
Did your mum cook it?
Yes.
What do you give it out of 10?
Out of 10, I'd say most of it was a solid 9 out of 10. The chicken was a 7 out of 10. There was it had flavoring to it, so.
Is she watching at the moment? Mrs. Bowen? Lift your chicken
but
game.
My father is. My dad is.
Leslie?
Yeah.
Lift your chicken game. Thank you. Just got my dinner delivered to me. It's not
So now
chicken.
the question is, what are you having, Mullock?
What am I having? The boss is going to talk. Angus beef pepper pie. There we go. You heard it here first.
That sounds pretty much perfect, I would say.
Yeah, I quite like those pies. They're good.
It looks like a cupcake. It's that big. Mold with the trick question. Alright, whilst we're squaring off here for qualifying, we are on board with my namesake, I can't spell, Neil Wood. Currently dancing around as fast as lap goes to Scotty Blair. And Bakita, as Just Yes, goes, hello, how you going? How are we? You should have banned that replacement Mullock. Oh, yeah. But look, they've already stitched up first, so it didn't matter what their team consisted of. It's up to everyone else now to deliver the goods, and I know a lot of you have had some practice at this track recent weeks, so there's no reason why he can't beat Andy. He's pretty much a slouch around here.
Yeah, he's got absolutely no pace around here whatsoever. It was an embarrassment that he could only get a 59 in qualifying.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to watching some hot laps with him. I'm just trying to fix this my end, so I'll leave you two in the commentary box to discuss this brilliant car. Which I'll
Yep,
change.
all good. Let's see where we've got Mia Rose in the McLaren just coming around the final corner now. See what she can do. Gets it in very nicely indeed. And car 909 goes to P7, a 201.317.
She must be ecstatic to be in something that's not a Jaguar.
Oh yeah, 100%. I mean the Jaguar. It's not much of a slouch around here. It's very, very quick actually. I was behind it for a lot of the split yellow race, and I was honestly just struggling to keep up.
It is quite rapid down the straight, I'll give it that. And I think in Mia's hands, it's decent across the mountain.
As we see, Dan Hunter just completely scraped the wall in Odyssey Racing pink entry.
I think that's called the esports line, if I'm not mistaken.
If you're in a GT Sport, yeah.
Exactly, yeah. It is the fastest one.
Yes.
Alright, my end's fixed.
Good to hear, good to hear.
Oh, we have a new competitor into the game here. Ryan Duong, 2 minutes flat .4. Very tight though.
Yeah, very nice time from Duong. 500s ahead of Bakita at the moment. I mean, the Bentley is a pretty nice car around here.
I'll agree with that. It's actually almost easy to drive around here. And as a person who absolutely despises this track, I didn't mind driving it around here, to be honest. It's safe across the mountain and decent through the straights, so it's a fairly safe option.
Yeah, I've been quite lucky actually to have driven in the past 2 races at Bathurst now, in the sprint series at least, 2 very quick and stable cars in the Bentley and the Mercedes.
So which would you prefer?
I think I found more. Oh yeah, I absolutely love the Bentley, but I don't know. I think I enjoy driving a Merc around here more than the Bentley actually.
How dare you, sir? How dare you?
Hey, at a lot of tracks I'd say the Bentley's better, but I don't know. I just liked the fact that the Merc was able to hold stability and get it turned in some of the corners, especially on top of the mountain. And it didn't have horrible straight line speed either, so that was always nice. All good. We're currently on board with Corey Sweet as he goes down the mountain now in his Mercedes. Was that a little wall tap or is that just the scream?
I guess we'll see at the end of the lap.
Gets it nicely through the exit of Forest Elbow and down towards the chase now. See what he can pull on Conrad.
So he's on for mid 201. This could be a very competitive lap.
Yeah, this could be a very, very competitive lap. See what the speed is. 281 down into the chase. That's very, very quick. I don't know what speed I was doing down the straight, but it probably would have been maybe even a little less than that. I don't know. Gets it through the final corner now. He's 8 tenths up. Michael Young has gone up in the P1. 2 minute .372. It's very, very tight at the top.
Top 4 within 1/10 of each other, which is absolutely insane across a 2-minute lap.
Especially when it's a 2-minute lap around Bathurst. We've got Jeremy Washington in the Bentley. Very nice car indeed.
And
Just
the steering wheel is on the right side as well, so that helps.
Yes, it's always nice to have it on the correct side.
Correct side, yeah, not the right side, the correct side, I would say.
Yes, you've just got the Lambo going through.
So we had a little wall tap there before Skyline, so that probably ended the hopes of this lap improving.
Yeah, he's lost some time going down the mountain.
Still enough time for one more lap after.
Yep. He has gained a little bit of time on Conrod. Let's see. Stays about the same. Not quite as good. Oh no, he's got a better exit. It still might be an improvement on this lap. Could move him up ahead of Samwise Holmes if he gets the final corner nailed enough. Bit of curb on the inside. I think that's hurt him, and it has only a 2.921, and that's Jeremy Washington done.
Regan Herbert up 2 tenths. That's going to place him third at the moment, roughly. Third or tied with Akira, so he'll be hoping for a good car.
Very loose going into Forest Over. That's lost him all of his time. Just saw the rear step out quite a bit there. But something with the Mercedes is you definitely don't want to be braking while turning. I mean, most cars you'd say that, but in the Mercedes it definitely punishes you. Like Michael Young's gone faster. Wow, that is it. 2:3.318. It's
At a
very
good
quick.
pace there. Gained almost a 10 through the chase there, so could still improve a couple of spots.
Yeah, at best he's going to improve ahead of Mia, and I think not quite. Not quite
enough.
He's going for it again though, so we'll see what Regan Herbert can do. Oh no, he's run wide. Never mind.
Quite wide now.
We've got Scotty Blair in car 179 coming around the final corner now. He moves himself up into P7 ahead of Samwise Holmes and Jeremy Washington.
And he's with a new teammate for this final race, I think. He's being joined by Braden Ross.
Yes, he is being joined by Brandon Ross for this one. It's going to be an interesting combination, I reckon, as we see Vecchio come through the final corner now. He's 8 tenths up, so this will move him up plenty of positions, and it has up to P12, and he's just missed getting across the line again for another lap, so that's his day done for qualifying. Blair's still going, and he's up by 3 tenths of a second already. He's managed to keep it through there, although he's lost a little bit of time going a pad deep into the cutting.
This should
See.
jump in 2 spots if he can put together the rest of the lap. So
Yeah, he's
hopefully
just got to keep it together. He's managed to yeet it. He's gone onto the grass a little bit. That will hurt him, although it didn't hurt McLaughlin a few years ago in Supercars qualifying. He has lost quite a bit of ground though, so will we be able to move any more positions, or will P7 have to do? Oh no, he's hit the inside wall. That's his day done. Bakita though, she's still on a flyer. In fact, she could still move up ahead of Young here.
she nails the chase on the last corner. She's definitely in for it.
Yep, currently almost 2 tenths up on this time. That would definitely move her up into P1. Through the chase now. Gets it right up. She nailed it. Yeah, she's got it pretty much nailed. I reckon this could be it. Just got to get the last corner bang on. And
Nailed it. That's pole.
that is pole position.
Is
from
Duong still
so
on a lap?
far.
Nope. Lap is. Duong is the last car on track. Is he improving? That'll be the question.
Not quite.
Not
So
enough.
So in
So we
Q1
got-
it'll be Bakita, followed by Young, Zhuang, Sweet, Rose, Herbert, Blair, Holmes, Washington, and Lai as the top 10. So let's see. Bakita actually didn't have any purple sectors then, so it was all just through sheer consistency that time. Got so
You can always rely on Bakita to put a lap together when it counts. So
oh, definitely. So let's head out for Q2 now. We've got the second drivers now into the car for this session, so should be interesting to see where the teams who are up the front in Q1 end up in Q2.
So has the standing thing not updated, or because it's showing Rago and Herbert in the car again?
Yeah, yeah, it usually doesn't update very quickly, I will say that. Even when you're
Okay.
in the car, it doesn't update quick enough. Anyways,
Once you go through it, updates. There we go.
yeah, it's starting to update now, but yeah. So we've got quite a few different drivers now into the car,
So
and we'll
my
see.
fellow South African in the Bentley.
Yep. Always nice to see a few different drivers from different countries in OOR. And I mean, Brits does have quite a bit of pace, so we'll see what he can do in that Bentley. Although, as I say that, he absolutely bottles the eggs of the S's.
That was a fairly immediate curse, I would say there. Luckily, it's not in the race.
Yeah, I'm trying to take Malik's spot. Sorry.
He has a lot of pace into the wall.
Yes. Yeah, I should have already set myself up for that. But meanwhile, we've got let's see, who's going to be first onto a lap? Looks like the 732 of Ty will be the
Ty.
first onto a lap.
I am
He'll
back.
be he'll be happy not to die in an Audi for once as well. So
Yes.
I don't know if you recall his race in the sprint series, but he did the last 2 laps with a 90-degree steering angle. So
Oh, that's always fun.
yeah,
But I mean, what's worse, Audi tings or Ferrari tings?
Audi!
Audi things, I would say.
I mean, knowing from experience from the 12-hour earlier in the year, the Ferrari definitely isn't the most stable car around Bathurst. But it shouldn't be too bad. We've got
It might not be the most stable, but I'm sure it's more predictable than Audi is.
most likely, yeah. I mean, the only time I've driven the Audi in like a proper race is at the Nürburgring 6-hour last year, and it was fine. I guess it was okay. It definitely didn't blow my socks off, but yeah.
Oh, pushing it to the limit there, Jake. He's made a mistake.
Very easy to make a mistake on the top of the mountain when you're pushing, as we see
that Brits
a
again?
car.
No, let's go back to the pits. Nice curse before, Bowen, as well.
Thank you. I learned from the best.
I think we've all done it now.
Yeah, it's basically mandatory if you're a commentator. As we see, Jakey Baldwin come through the Forest Elbow down onto Codrod. Got a car in front. I think that is it's a car that's on an outlap, so probably get out of the way. Stephen Tiger's fastest so far to a 1.533, first driver to do a lap in this session.
2015 is a decent banker for sure.
Yeah, it's a fairly reasonable time to lay down on your first lap, that's for sure. Let's see what... Oh,
Or I mean, yes. Okay, Andy, you've proven your point.
yep. Okay, Andy, we get it. You're an alien. You can calm down now.
Only at 2.7?
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, but he did it in reverse.
Yeah, it was all in reverse gear. What do you want about?
These two are getting a bit close. Benjamin Hignett making his Endurance Series debut. I think he's racing with Patrick Oliver tonight.
Is he also making his debut?
Patrick Oliver is,
Always.
yeah, so
Yes. Okay, that's
yeah.
good. So,
So
debut
now
on team
Benjamin has
level.
to.
I love driving with a debutant in the same team in the sprint series. That's for sure. Quite a nice personality to have around. We'll say that.
It's really a bit too close for my locking and qualifying. Maybe a little bit of an experience here. Gotta give yourself a bit more of a gap.
Well, I'm pretty sure Jake did come out of it slightly to avoid the
Oh, and here get Jake's caught up to her.
Oh, that was pretty poor timing.
Yep,
It's
that
unlucky.
and I'm pretty sure that's what he was trying to avoid when he backed out of his lap earlier. So unfortunate, but that's what happens in this, I guess. You can't really control it. So that's forced Jake to give up a lot of track
That's
position.
just showing experience there. Even though he had track position and the right to be in front of the Mercedes, he's like sacrificing track position to get more space. So got 2-1 behind him, which is one of the Odyssey Racing teams, and he'll just slot into this big gap and go again.
Yeah, there's no need to stay stuck behind another driver if you're not going to get past them as Andy O'Hara. 2.249. That's
So he hasn't managed the 59.
No, it's disgusting.
I don't think he's even trying tonight. So yeah, Hooli, I think you chose the wrong replacement, mate. It's he doesn't have the pace.
yeah, not good enough.
Speaking of pace and who's got a win this week, Lockie Nichols, fresh off his Jaguar win
That
at Imola, he is
best
here
win.
in the red Ferrari.
He's just getting past a car now. He on a lap. I'd assume he is.
There's a lot of drivers out there leaving it late or not getting a time in. Brits, when we saw Bennett earlier, he's still yet to put a time in. Corey Sweet, what's happened there? 98 car.
Still in the pits at the moment.
What's he gone and done? Pretty sure Benny Floyd, his teammate, had set a good time prior.
Yeah.
Have to find out what's happened there.
We see Nichols come around final corner now. Where will this put him?
3/8.
8. Nice lap.
Yeah, that's very reasonable.
Well, there's a bit of sadness in the pits here.
Yeah.
Hara's done. He's
Oh,
for now.
it's a nice drift.
No, he's back out.
So Stephen Ty's banker is still good enough for top 3 at the moment, so you'll be happy with that. And hoping to improve, obviously.
Hello, Jan. How are we? G'day, Sessman. And Tony. I'm getting messages on Discord, generally a bad thing.
It's never a good thing.
So GSR Esports yet to set a time. We've got a team that's just dropped off, and that was Corey Sweets. So Corey Sweets left the server. SFB Racing having technical difficulties. That is not what I like to see. Those two are champions. Actually, I take that back. He's back now. He's back in the pits, and he's actually gone up the grid. What the fuck?
I mean, that's one way to gain.
That's one way to gain a
free
spot.
spots, I guess. Yeah.
Now everyone's going to try it.
Yeah. Yep.
Still has time to set a lap if he gets out there very quickly.
Yeah, he's going to be pushing it. See all the traffic coming through now.
It's gonna need to come out.
Safe to say that I don't think he's going to get a time in, as Mohammed Suami sets a time and gets 13th. Go back aboard with Hignett. So Jackie Baldwin did manage to get a time in. That was a lot better than his first attempt. He's up to P2. Lockie Nichols has just gone P4. So a couple of Pro-Ams doing some magic. Oliver Shoesmith, P7. Will we see a 59? I still have to get a pineapple tattoo because of Andy's 39 at Kyalami last year. Thanks, Andy.
What do you have to get if he gets a 59? Does the pineapple have to be on a pizza then?
Yeah, probably. I don't know. I've seen him do a 59.
Yeah,
So I don't really want to bet against it. Because Kyalami was just sensational.
Getting a 39 at Kyalami is one hell of an effort. Well, Hignett comes around final corner now. Will he improve? Yes, he has. P3.
That's a nice lap to pull out of the bag.
Yeah, very nice for the debutant coming into this endurance series.
Baldwin improved by 2/10 there,
Yep.
was it?
Yeah, 2/10.
So consolidating a little bit, P2.
Gibbons is on a fairly good lap, currently 4/10 up. Just a little bit out of Forest Telbro, but shouldn't be too bad. He's got car in front, so he'll get a bit of a slipstream.
Still only going to move him up one spot up the grid, is it?
Maybe.
Yeah, 3/10. Maybe we'll get him up a spot. There's a big little section here.
As Suhaimi goes ahead of him there.
Can Gibbons take that position back? He's got time for another lap if he so chooses, but got the run out of the final corner. He's got a better exit, and no, not quite. 6 thousandths off.
And he's done. He's pulled over.
Got Sam Rack in the Lamborghini. A car that I have a love-hate relationship with, not gonna lie.
Do you just love to hate it, or do you love it sometimes?
Okay, so in the Sprint Series, the first season I drove it, I actually quite liked it quite a bit. In the second season, I started to fall out of love with it. But I still acknowledge that it's a fairly good car at certain tracks.
I lost quite a bit through the chase there, unfortunately.
I haven't driven it too much, the old Lambo.
It's not bad. I mean, at Bathurst, it's definitely a little weak, but it's not too bad. And
P8.
Rex moves up into P8. Connor Kingston up
This is a
2
very
seconds.
big improvement. Okay.
How is he still in AM in Sprint Series? I don't know. Because he's very, very quick. Especially at Bathurst, and he's showing that even more now.
Didn't pay the fee.
No. Yeah, that
No, it'll come.
that's
It'll come with
the
the results.
It's always the line with it.
It's probably more of a consistency thing. At the moment, you can see he's down to 29th. And it's 15 minutes, or sorry, 12 minutes of qualifying. He hasn't quite been able to get a lap in yet, so
Yeah.
once he finds that consistency, he'll definitely move up in classes.
Yeah, consistency is easily one of the hardest things to find when you're a driver.
Also just delivering under pressure. When you're under pressure in quali and you have limited time and there's traffic and all the other factors that play into it, it's pretty challenging.
He's moved up 10 spots with that lap. Nice work. And that is qualifying done for this round, and our final qualifying for our endurance series this time around. So we'll let our stewards and their amazing calculators determine what the grid is. We'll have a little bit of a 10-minute break. We'll take some questions from the audience. We're happy to answer anything you ask. Anything difficult, I'll be passing on to JP.
I have Google, so it's okay.
Is that you, Bender? Where is Bender? What is he doing? I'm trying my best to keep warm.
I have a feeling I know who's going to be on pole position at least.
I know who won't be on pole position. Everyone except Andy O'Hara and Philip Bacuna.
Yeah.
Is it really fair having them in a team together?
No, but it was in the rules, and that's what happened at the start. That's fine. Next series, we're trying to spread the talent out a little bit with teams.
Can we BOP them at least?
Oh, we'd love to, but Kunos is taking out all that the bloody ballast crap, which is dumb. But I won't go into it.
To BOP people. Can we like tie them up for the first lap of a race or something?
Yes, we can.
Must
We
be
can do
something
that.
we can do.
JP, who is your favourite brother? That's from your brother.
Yeah, I don't choose favorite siblings. I don't have a favorite. I can't say.
How many siblings do you have?
I only have one sibling. but
Okay.
I still don't choose
It's a
favorite.
tough choice.
It is, yes. It's, I'd rather not say in public.
I've got 3 brothers and a stepbrother and stepsister. And my favourites, yeah, I can't say. None of them. That's probably the most diplomatic thing. Best ratio of pineapple to meat on a pizza. So 0-100. That would be the best ratio of pineapple to meat.
I have a feeling my dad would disagree with that.
Yeah, well, your dad's. We've all got. No one's perfect.
I reckon on a Italian pizza there should not be pineapple, but
No.
something that you get from a Pizza Hut or like those type of mass manufactured pizzas, it's more of a flat bread than anything else. So pineapple still suits it.
Yep.
Well, I mean, we have our own pizza oven, so we usually cook up some pizza at least usually once a week. So, I mean, if you compare what you can make at home to what you can get at like Domino's or Pizza Hut, it's like not even a comparison at that point. I mean, they're not bad, but once you have a homemade pizza, there's pretty much no going back.
Well, basically, if you're eating Domino's and Pizza Hut pizzas, you hate yourself. You're not
Pretty
really a
much.
pizza consumer if that's your go-to.
You're most likely drunk.
But I will get a Pizza Hut pizza with stuffed crust if I'm being really lazy, and it won't have pineapple. That's just my preference.
Look, I don't order a Pizza Hut because I'm having a good day. So
That's very, very true. What's the
I
next
just
question
don't
we've got?
order it.
How do I get good at driving?
according
I've
to
already-
the list
I've
of
already
people
answered
that
that in the
driving,
chat.
it's
How
so
long-
fast.
How long have you got? Yeah, just go faster. Best track in the world, don't at me. Are you saying this is, or was that a question? Best track in the world would be
Not Bathurst.
not Bathurst.
Literally anywhere but
Simmons Plains, and all 6 of its corners. That's a joke.
If I were to say best track in the world, you see, there's
It's
definitely
so-
some contenders for it.
It's so. Yeah,
It's really, what car are you driving on?
exactly. What car are you driving? What time of year is it? How long's the race?
Are they selling pineapple pizza next
Are they
to the
selling
track?
pine-
There's just
exactly.
many questions to ask.
I love Sepang. I'm a massive Sepang fan.
Oh, Sepang's a brilliant track in pretty much anything. I've done it in. I've played it on MotoGP. I've played it in F1. I've done it in a couple other simulators, and everything. It's great.
Yeah, I've got personal favourites of Hungaroring for me, and I also love Kyalami, but
Yeah,
Hungaroring.
Kailami is up there for me.
Yeah.
I think for me it would be up there, like Mazzano, Kyalami, Baku, because well done, Baku.
Baku is a lot of fun. Imagine it on these cars.
Although I do agree with Moritz, Rainbow Road over Bathurst. Rainbow Road is clear of all of them.
I think the problem with driving GT3s at Baku would be the Bentley and the M6 would get stuck going through the castle park. So I don't think that's possible.
That's very true.
I think the Mercedes would also get a bit stuck in there. It's quite a hefty boy.
What other questions do we have? What are you drinking? Well, for me, it's something very different. Farmers Union Ice Coffee Strong.
That's
A
unusual.
staple diet.
How was your first time having that?
It's just, I've only just started having it about 20 years ago. Now, the strong hasn't been around that as long as the normal one. What are you guys drinking? What are you drinking, JP?
I'm having some Pepsi Max.
And Alex? You be
I'm having a
deep into
Mountain
the
Dew.
beers, eh? Deep into the beers.
Oh yeah, definitely. No, I've got a Mountain Dew. I mean, if I wanted to have some dairy and have my lactose intolerance play up with me, then I could get it up and go from the fridge.
Yeah, look, we'll try and keep you off the toilet for now.
That's
What else is out there? How good is the Hignett interview going to be after the win? Well, if they win, there'll be a a question asked in the steward's office. Drug test.
I think they need to do a drug test on Shane Van Gisbergen after his win in Townsville today.
Oh, I missed all of that. Missed all of that.
The fact that he put 3.5 tenths on the rest of the field was ridiculous.
To be fair, he doesn't have blood flowing through his body. It's just gasoline, oil, and antifreeze, basically. He's ridiculous.
It's just antifreeze. That's all it is. Wouldn't fresh pineapple on a homemade pizza be better than the tin one mullet? 8? Well, look, anything will be better than the shit that I ate. It's funny, I've got Austrian in-laws, and one of the things that Oma loves to do is she'll actually get a tin of pineapple, order a supreme pizza with pineapple on it, and then get half a slice and put it on top of the pineapple pizza. Now, obviously I give them a lot of shit about this, but that's what I tried to do when we did the bet. That's just too much pineapple.
Do they have a death sentence?
Well, they are Austrian, so probably. Will GT4 get the majority coverage at Paul Ricard? Definitely. The 6 cars that are in it, 100%. That's all we're going to watch. What other questions do we have?
What's the legal drinking age in Australia?
12. I mean, what? Sorry.
That's the encouraging one, not the legal one.
Nah, it's 18. It is 18.
I am currently 15, going on the 16 soon, so I've still got a couple more years.
Nah, you're not missing anything, mate. You're not missing anything.
Oh, I know. I am very aware of that.
Do you have good judgment or poor judgment?
I'm gonna say you'd have good judgment.
I mean, I've been told by a lot of people that it's a bit, but yeah.
Well, then you'll basically know what it's like to be drunk anyway, so it's fine.
Don't when we come over to Victoria and big brother you, Alex.
Sorry, what was that?
I'll come over to Victoria and I'll big brother you. Do you have any brothers, sisters?
Yes, I have 2 older siblings. They both live down in Melbourne.
So they're locked out at the moment.
No, they've come out of lockdown. It's really just New South Wales that are really in like lockdown at the moment now, because I don't need to wear a mask at school anymore. That's been taken away. But yeah, one of my sister does post-production on different things, and my brother, I don't know too much about what he does, but yeah, he's in like the communications division for the Department of Transport, I believe.
Yep. Well, hello to your siblings.
I don't think they're watching, but I'll pass that on.
Oh, don't say that. You never know. Probably spying on you. Has my little brother been drinking? Is this played in Project Cars 2 or no? This is a Assetto Corsa competition.
Team racing.
This is Garfield Kart Endurance Series. Was going to happen some stage, isn't it?
It better be the sequel of Garfield Kart, not the original.
Right. Let's look. So we're about to kick off the formation lap, which will have a manual grid set. So you'll see cars go a little slower, just to set the grid manually, and then we'll be ready to rock and roll here for round 6, the final round of the Endurance Series. It looks like it's going to be dry to start, at least.
Boo.
5 kilometer win though. That's ooh.
We've had a I had to do a couple of separate. What the hell's happened in the background? What's happened? What's going on there? What's going on there?
That's car 97 that's just managed to go sideways. That's crazy. Oh no.
He's just
Is
exploded
he a
on the
Los Angeles
grid.
gangster or what?
Oh no.
He has a hydraulic set in it.
Anyone else see that on stream in the car in the background? He's exploded. Any stewards watching right now, it probably won't change anything, but you may need to restart just this bit of the session. Is he angled? What the hell? Yeah, that's not going to buff out, I don't think.
Not anytime soon.
So Alex,
Yeah.
you've driven the Mercedes quite a bit. Is that normal?
I don't think it's normal. I just have a feeling that it's not normal. Oh, I see the issue. It's gone into the wrong grid. It spawned into the wrong grid spot on top of another car, I reckon. Because I think there's another car there.
There was, because now...
Yep, there it is.
Honda OP. Honda's just too strong.
Merc was feeling a bit frisky at the start there, but there's another car inside another car. The McLaren, there's a purple something
haven't seen
inside the
this
McLaren.
Oh yeah,
ages.
it's the Lambo and the McLaren. I think that is.
Well, either way, I think I'll just quickly message someone here. Yeah, this just happened a few patches ago. It's because we've done the 2 qualifying sessions for the 1 race. They've obviously reverted back what they fixed. So, I'll just check with the
It
stewards.
sounds like a very totally non-Kunos move. Definitely not Kunos related.
100% not Kuno's things.
Ye-
Not Friedrich, they probably do have some. There's definitely some damage on the Merc.
Yeah,
Oh,
definitely.
100%.
But couldn't see on the others.
I'm now starting to wonder if Codemasters has just secretly bought Kunos.
Well, this is what's happened was there used to be a glitch where people will go on each other's pit boxes and stuff, and cars will be flipping and rotating and doing stupid things. One of the fixes for it was to make the formation lap ghosted, so people can't. There's no contact on the grid. But you just saw then that there was contact between the Honda and the Merc, but the other cars on that grid spot in front of it was fine.
Yeah, it's interesting why that happened.
I'm trying to work out whether to restart this or not.
There we go, it's being restarted.
Yeah, I think we might have the same issue.
Well, hopefully they can drive out of each other without the contact being made.
I think it's because I think one of the cars wasn't on the server, but now they're both on the server, so they're inside each other. Whereas before the other car wasn't there, I don't think.
Yeah, I think that would have to do with it.
But fun times for firearm owners. I just don't know how this is going to play out.
So they've restarted the session.
They've
so
just
the Merc
restarted,
should
yeah.
be damage free now. So hopefully, Kuno's things abate and things can go better.
Honda is the enforcer, pretty much.
Well, Sweet and the Honda are getting to know each other very intimately at the moment.
Should we put an age rating on this screen?
Peggy 18.
Oh, well, alright, see yous.
Except if you're broadcasting, it's fine.
Oh, okay, thank God.
Yeah. We're going to persevere. We're going to do the formation lap, set it all up, and start the race. And just see what happens. See what happens. Could there be an endurance series for Europe coming soon? Love racing in your guys' Sprint Cup. J-Bot, yes, we would love to do that over in the European continent, and we are going to hope to do that. So sit tight. Does the Merc have to start with the damage now? Well, if it does, we'll be restarting. It's not fair for that team, and I've got nowhere to be. Obviously frustrating when little bugs like that happen, but that is life, and you just have to do the right thing and sort it out. Other results based on classes. You mean the grid set?
I think the final results based on Am, Pro.
Nah, not necessarily. So you still get, if you're 30th, you get the points of whatever 30th gives you. Doesn't matter what class you're in. But there's also going to be a separate column for ranking the classes in points, but the points are for overall. Otherwise, it just
So
gets
are
messy.
Are we just trying to do a lap now to see if the cars are okay?
Basically, what we're trying to do here... Oh, that's not how you make porridge, Patrick Oliver.
Oh no. Don't tell.
The pressure on his debut seems to be getting to him. Or is that a... That doesn't look right.
Yeah, it doesn't look right at all. I have a feeling he's either screwed that car or he's having some kind of problem.
This looks like a man that's probably going to...
He's pointing at the wall, so I think saying he has a problem is fairly accurate.
Let's see what's happened. This is during the formation lap. We haven't started the race yet, anybody. Oh.
What?
Oh.
What?
What the fuck? His throttle's pinned. His throttle's pinned.
Oh.
It's still pinned.
So it is a technical problem by the looks of it.
Well, he has new pedals that he just got last week.
Yeah.
So
That is something I've never seen.
can we enter this clip as part of the refund policy?
Well, and he can't return to
Because you have to...
Yeah, we restarted it again.
I mean, it wouldn't be the endurance series without things going slightly haywire.
Without us having to endure some difficult times as well.
Yeah.
I think he's streaming, so we'll be able to find out if it was technical issues. But it looked like technical issues. We are going to be starting, but that's definitely... Even if we were restarting the server and did that as a bit of a joke, he still had the throttle down. Like, you just take your foot off. But yeah, so I've restarted, and hopefully the bugs now are gone. This is a cursed start tonight. Oh, they're still on each other. Excellent. Well, this is going well. It is. So this is a two-day endurance series of 3 hours. It will last 2 days.
Looking forward to it.
We actually had crashes, Chris, before the even formation lap started. If that's not a sign of things to come tonight, then I don't know what is. But grab a drink, pull up a pew. If you're at work, just call in sick or just tell your boss that you go off to the bathroom for 15 minutes.
And sit there for like 5 hours.
Isn't that a normal day at work?
I wouldn't know. I haven't gotten that far yet.
Ah, okay.
Well, it looks like we're forwarding to the next session. So we have made a decision. That is a good decision, I think, by the stewards. Now, oh, that looks so good. It looks so good at night time. I want to race at night here.
A lot
Right,
of tracks
so we're
in
just
ACC
we're just
look good
skipping.
at night.
Yeah, they do. It's a brilliant game for that. We are going to be skipping through the sessions and restarting the race. Hopefully that fixes the issues with the grid. Thank you for
I have to
playing.
say, Kyalami, the view from the top of the hill is pretty spectacular at night.
Oh, it is. The whole track's beautiful.
Oh yeah.
Alright, still in the... I'm scared. If I'm being honest here, I'm scared. Anyway, someone else in chat ask us a question. Tell us a story. I'm going to need another bottle of wine.
Only one.
Only one? No, what you'll need isn't a straw for your bottle of wine.
Just get a whole bathtub worth.
It's a 3-hour race with
They're still
basically
inside each
4
other.
stints, but
So, well,
Unos, you never cease to amaze me.
Corey Sweet's car is absolutely cursed for this round. Absolutely cursed. He had issues
And I
with
think-
quality.
And Corey's just left. Oh, there's
2 cars have
he's taking
left.
the Honda with him.
yeah, but both the Honda and the Mercedes have decided to jump out, and now the Mercedes is back. And it's gone in. Now there's 3 cars in the same
You're
colour.
joking.
You're actually kidding me. If the Honda joins now and gets in that spot as well.
That's a menage a trois. What is happening? Go on, let somebody else join and see what the car puts you.
The colors actually look quite nice together.
Doesn't look too bad.
It's not, I mean, the roof line, it looks like a Fiat Multipla almost with the roof line, but still.
Keep going the whole grid into one, everyone on pole. Yeah, the equal opportunity community we are here at OOR, so we don't like someone starting last by themselves. So what we do is we merge them all together to make one car. I don't know what you call this car though.
And Corey's into the pits.
He forgot to ready up.
Yep.
Oh, well, I don't know anymore. The only other option is we just restart the server, but I think just get the show on the road and see what happens.
Just
They're calling it
hope,
grid, so
just hope that everything goes according to plan.
Mount Panorama.
Yes. Spain, but the S is silent.
Alright. They're going to line up, as you can see, just yes, are going to be starting in pole position, the 9.6 car, which is 9.6 Racing, which is the team that I was going to be in prior to the season, but I haven't managed to get in the seat. So sorry to Jeremy Washington for pretty much unintentionally shafting you all season, but you've got a better teammate in Jake Baldwin. But yes, not far away from starting, we hope.
Let's see if they can do a straight line. Although I can see if you already just a little bit out.
That's how smart cars are made. Does anyone own a smart car? Has anyone actually driven one of those things? And how did you not die? They look scary.
I haven't driven a normal smart car, but I drove the Smart 4.4 when it came out, the
Yep.
little 4-seater. And that was brilliant. That was really nice.
It looks about as bad as driving a
Did you
either a
just Google
PLP
it?
50 or like that mini BMW thing.
Yeah.
Izeta, or whatever it's called.
Yeah, the Izesa, that's it. I mean, from what Jeremy Clarkson can say, it's not as scary as his P45.
It seems to be going
too bad.
almost to plan.
Oh,
I don't
no, that Lamborghini can.
Oh, you're trying to say this is straight? That's not straight.
No, I wasn't saying straight. I'm saying it doesn't look like it's going too bad in terms of the actual setup.
I mean, it's not a horrible straightish line, but that Lamborghini was definitely a bit
straight.
out of line.
All right. So, the 16th formation lap's about to take place. Can Patrick Oliver survive the formation lap? That is the question we need to ask ourselves.
Well, I mean, he managed to pull it up into the line of cars, so maybe.
Raj Shandu is saying he's run a Smart 4.2 on a racetrack. I think that's called the go-kart track. That's pretty much where it fits.
I think even a go-kart track would be too big for it.
Sky Electrics.
I've driven that's probably the smallest car that I've driven is a Renault Fuego. I don't know if anyone's heard of one of those.
The smallest car I've driven is, I don't know, nothing, because...
Oh, you're not legally allowed to drive yet.
Not
are you?
far away though.
Yeah, I mean, it's literally 2 days until I can start my online driving test.
Nice.
Nice.
The smallest car I've driven was an original Mini Cooper. That's pretty much it. One original Mini.
I mean, I do occasionally drive the good old the Toyota Yaris in the driveway from when Dad gets the bins, but that's about it. I mean, at least I have a little bit of experience in a real life car.
It is good to see Oliver and Hignett on debut in P4.
I don't think they're actually in P4
Well, that's where
position.
they lined up after the call out.
Huh.
But the backstory for that Renault Fuego thing is, I bought one for like $250 as a bit of a joke, bit of a bust around car while I was fixing another one. I don't know, lasting probably 3 months, and then blew up on the way home one day. I called up a service station to pick it up, and they did, and I never went there and picked it up. It's probably still sitting there.
Is it similar to the Twingo, or is it smaller than that?
It's not super small. I'm pretty sure it was a two-door though. I can't remember, to be honest. I didn't drive it long enough, but yeah. Rip
So
Fuego.
McFreely asking about the online driving test. It's just a mod you download on Assetto Corsa, and then they just do it through Australia. That's how they work in Australia. And that's not serious whatsoever.
Alright, we're about to start. Sorry to cut you off. 2-6. Waiting for the greens. Still waiting. Obviously, it's a bit late, and we're away. It looks like a decent start from all the drivers involved. Madison hasn't looked at the inside, has snagged the Bentley already, but not quite, because the Bentley got a better exit out of turn 1. Just a bit further back. Is that a Honda? It is. It's Michael Young. The car is not a slouch around here. It's right up the back bump of the Audi of Samwise Holmes. Tucks across. Obviously, there's 2 cars studded in the pit lane, and there's a huge party here! Huge party! There's death, there's carnage, there's sadness, mum screaming at the kids. Oh, it's disgusting. Oh, it is not a great start here at Mount Panorama, and well before we normally expect carnage. Will we see a virtual?
The Scouts team, and who else is there?
Right, all systems go. Play on umpire.
Paddy Oliver got a little loose. He's got Mia behind. That's gonna be a hard challenge to hold off a driver of Mia's caliber. But looks like everyone's through cleanly, going through Skyline and down towards the S's. We've already got a 5-second time penalty. Shane Shuttleworth for an infraction on lap 1. I assume that's for leaving too much room or jumping the start.
Who was that?
Shane Shuttleworth, car 666.
We'll watch that replay back shortly, but we want to stick with this for now. Still hot and heavy here at Mount Panorama.
Madison piling the pressure on Baldwin. Right, there's a send.
It's Holmes on the debutante, and now Young's going to try and have a go, but doesn't quite get the exit of the Mercedes.
No, I think that was. Is it? Where's Holmes? In the Audi. Where's the Audi?
Just ahead of Paddy Oliver.
Oh. So he's overtaken Rose, has he?
No, he's overtaken Oliver. Rose got past.
Oh wait, it's Boo. Sorry, my mistake there.
It's all good. But it looks like we got Young looking around the outside, not gonna get a move done there. Has to settle for 7th for now.
Just go some side-by-side action to start for lap 2.
Got some looking from the Bentley there of Pickford. Doesn't commit to anything though.
Yeah, we're on board with Pickford and Oliver.
A few different battles raging here in the early stages of this endurance race.
It's all about just getting in that consistent window and avoiding any major mistakes, which one could kill your race or kill someone else's race, and avoiding others' mistakes. Just the first probably 3 to 5 laps is just got to settle down. Obviously we saw that incident lap turn 2, but so far.
It's also a challenge in the endurance because it's not always necessarily the fastest driver who starts for the team.
Oh,
So
exactly. Yeah.
sometimes they might be a little bit out of place just in terms of pace, a couple of tenths down. So I think
Move around the outside from Young. Oliver's fighting back, but just doesn't have the positioning of the Honda, and Young moves up into P6 and to the Pro-Am lead actually.
so Wong broken away from his little pack and he's catching up to the battle there for P7.
Trying to, yeah. So you can see in the background, 179, which is the Scott Blair and Braden Ross team. They've obviously one of those cars that got caught up in that incident. They're right at the very back. Sweet, who sat to start from the pit lane, as did car 23, which is Miles. They've moved up a couple of spots due to that.
I'm sure Mia is gonna be wanting to join that little battle and move up into the podium spots.
Got a nice train forming here, currently led by, I believe that's Isaac Norman in car 218. They're slowly coming onto the back of Paddy Oliver. Got quite a few fast drivers in this lot actually. See the train head their way through Dipper, and
I'm getting very close there to, who was that? Oops. I think Duong on pace, he'd be wanting to move through this little pack for sure.
yeah, I'm sure Duong will be looking to move his way up this train quickly, as we see Herbert coming side by side with Dowd and gets it down brakes, but can he stop it enough? Yes, just, and he gets out of the Ferrari. Meanwhile,
Great
we got
move.
side by side further back Pickford and Sahaimi, and Pickford looks like he's actually gotten past. There are a few movers at the moment.
Yeah, what a start there by the 930 car of Just Yes. About a 4-second gap. I think 3-second gap. I'm not sure the timing on my end's as cucked as lap 1. Let's go a bit further up now. Scroll through.
Battle forming here.
Baldwin has finally not gapped Madison, but gotten a little bit more comfortable. Maybe settling into his pace now. Oliver now under pressure from Norman.
So lap 1. Just see it. Bang.
Yes. Some contact between the Audi and the Aston. Oh, I think it was, yeah, it was an Audi. I think, and the McLaren just can't avoid the Aston.
Wanted to be involved.
Yeah.
I
Oh.
just moved a little bit under the braking there.
Yeah. I think just a bit of reactionary moving, trying to avoid the back of the Mercedes, I believe. So, but yeah, definitely shouldn't be moving on the braking like that on the first lap.
Where's
Crash? Oh, and Young has completely lost it at the chase. That's ruined his well, barely good start actually, and he's going to drop but plenty of positions. As you see, the Audi of Samwise Holmes also off. Have they made contact maybe? Because they were both up in P5 and P6.
Yep, and Patrick Oliver has disappeared as well.
I am distraught. There is there is nothing but pain and sadness. Meanwhile, the Lambo what's that? Shuttleworth seems to be getting very close to missing. Will he have a go up the inside? He's having a look. I don't think he's quite got the space, although he's still in there. Can't quite get it on braking though.
I mean, we have to give some credit to that marshmallow-like livery there, at least.
So here's Paddy Oliver. Let's see what happens here. Wide. Gets it squarely through. You feel me? Through Skyline, and just loses it in the S's and straight into the wall. Oh, and that's hurt the Ferrari.
That was down in a Ferrari, I think.
Yeah, that was Dowd. Couldn't avoid it.
It's part of the, I guess, the charm and challenge of this track is whenever anybody has an incident ahead of you across the mountain, it's immediately a brown pants moment and very difficult to avoid, regardless of what you do, really.
Oh, bit of the curb and yeah.
Oh, so unlucky Samwise.
Yeah,
They would have just taken all the aero out of his car when they washed across then.
Yeah, that was
Nothing
very
he could have
unlucky from
done.
Samwise. Just bit too much curve there from Young, and yeah, the aero wash just completely killed Samwise's run.
So is that Dowd who got past Pickford again there?
Oh, someone just got disqualified.
Oh, Pickford going past Dowd.
Swear I just saw that.
He's got disqualified.
Ah, nasty. G'day Tom, F in chat there for Scout. Lots happening early on. O'Hara's only 1.2 seconds up the road, so they're staying within a window, but how long can they do that for?
Just pulled the fastest lap on the previous lap by Jag. So he's sticking in there for the time being. Good to see Pickford has his. I helped him out in the Nürburgring race, and Paul Wagemans is back from the surgery. So the team is reunited.
That's good to hear. I do like the close, hard battles at this track though. When people keep it clean and just race hard and race fair, it's just just spectacular. And there we go, Skylace picked us 15-second penalty up for course collision on lap 1. That was the moving under braking, was just enough to cause contact or unavoidable contact with the car to the side, and yes, ruined a couple of cars' races.
This could be quite close here. The Bentley has a look on Dan Hunter. Nothing doing. They're all having a look on each other. This could be quite interesting. They're currently in a three-way battle, though this is going to expand to quite a larger battle once Viney gets onto the back of Misson.
And he gets onto the back rather quickly there in the braking.
Doesn't he?
Yes, they're very, very quick.
Not too far back, we've got Holmes, who had that spin, unfortunate spin, when Young lost his car. So he's going to be chomping at the bit.
Dan's just gone a little wide there. I wonder if this will open the door for Misson. He's having a look up the inside. I reckon Misson might get it done here. Samwise gets up the inside of Shuttleworth. Oh, that's... So yeah, Misson out. Sam Misson has gotten it done. Viney even had a look. Oh, there's a tap.
Oh, there's a kiss there. I did see that.
Little boop up the back.
Bit of encouragement, pat in the butt.
Yes, Samwise just giving Viney a bit of support. Like, yeah.
Taking the Nemo approach and touching the butt.
It's
We'll go on board with Samwise, just through the top of the mountain. Oh, the Bentley's made a horrible line through there, but has saved and recovered nicely. That's mighty.
It's a little hard to save some things in the Bentley, but I mean, when you do it, it feels pretty satisfying.
Oh, I reckon it feels satisfying in any car when you make a mistake and you can save it. Audi
Yeah.
drivers say hello.
Audi drivers are silently crying.
Where are they?
What you can save a mistake? What?
What are you
That's a
talking
thing?
about?
Impossible.
So we've got a crosswind here, 14 kilometres an hour down Conrod, which will be... Ooh,
Hello. Wind watch, hello.
where's Cam Farmer when you need him?
Well, I mean, we all need a little bit more Cam Farmer, don't we?
How much Cam Farmer is too much Cam Farmer? That is the question.
No such thing as too much Cam Farmer. Meanwhile, it looks like we got... Ooh, Ryan Juong's dropped a few positions, yeah.
Does his car have damage? Because he wasn't looking very fast out of Hell Corner there.
Yeah, I reckon he may have got caught up in an incident, because I don't think he was that far down before.
Viney smartly pulling out of it there.
Still looks fairly clean.
I love this camera at this part of the track. I'll just show you how close they get to the walls.
Oh,
The Bentley is a good looking car. I mean,
I like it.
The Bentley is a sexy car. What do you want about? It is very, very nice to look at. Oh. But yeah, you got to have a lot of commitment
Hey,
to
in the
get right
background!
up against the walls.
In the background, we just lost Viney.
Meanwhile, Dan went a little wide, and that forces Juong to go on the escape road.
That's good driving there to notice that the car's made a mistake ahead, and I've got to find that Pete Viney one. This guy. Where are we? Out the front. Too bad.
We've summoned Cam Farmer. He said, wife says never too much, but she has been drinking, so whatever. I wouldn't know too much about drinking yet. I'll take your word for it there.
it makes you love people that you don't necessarily love. That's basically.
Or at least tell them that.
Exactly, yeah.
I have some plans. No, just kidding. Oh, why is that just a little wide?
I know Baldwin is usually quick, but I'm quite surprised he's sticking with O'Hara quite as effectively as he has been.
self-inflicted.
Oh, yeah, too much curb.
Oh,
And
Sam was.
some bumps there.
Samwise is just everywhere where there's an incident at the moment, unfortunately. Oh, and the unfortunate rejoin.
Let's get more with Sam
Yep,
Wise.
just has to slow down to avoid the incident. He hits the wall and he gets hit on the back by Shuttleworth, who can't really see what's going on ahead. Got Withers off as well, trying to avoid the back of Holmes and Shuttleworth. Oh, that's a save.
That's impressive. That it would not have been easy to do. What on with
I
us?
think his butt may have taken a little bite out of his chair just there. So.
I have a feeling he'll be making a bit of a change of clothing when he's out of the car.
Dan Hunter got a win during the week, didn't he?
Yeah, he won the second in the race in Split Yard at Imola, holding on very nicely at the front. I don't quite have as special memories of that second race, but still, I was fairly happy for Dan.
To be fair, any race where you're not involved in about 9 incidents is a good race for you, it seems, this season. Because you're lucky to be awful, mate.
Yeah, I'll admit I haven't had the best luck this season so far, but hopefully that improves. There's definitely some good tracks for the Merc this season, so we'll see what I can do. I think I'm in a decent position in the championship at least. I haven't dropped too far back even with the unfortunate incidents, but we'll see what happens.
I'm definitely looking forward to the track selection for the rest of the season, apart from Spa that can jump off a cliff, but the rest of the tracks are fantastic coming up, really.
Yeah, next 5 rounds are all Spa, I think.
Oh, well.
I'm just, oh shit, did I say that out loud?
I just realized there's another league that starts at the same night, so I won't be able to do it.
Brands Hatch, Brands Hatch only league.
I would rather do that than Spa, to be fair.
I think I'd have to report that kind of league for all of the above, if it existed. But then again, I can't really say much. I mean, I am going to be the sole competitor of the 96 hours of Brands Hatch when it happens.
Well, that's already started, actually, mate. You have to nominate which years you'd like to race.
Right.
Yeah, I've got 2056, so I probably won't be here.
I think I'll reserve 2072, and just hope that I bite the bullet before then.
I mean, you can still arrange to bite the bullet before then anyway, if it comes to it. Especially so close to the race, if you don't want to avoid it.
Depends what type of bullet it is.
Baldwin within 1 second of O'Hara now.
Baldwin's got great pace in that Bentley at the moment.
Oh.
As that's a bit wide from Hobbs, no. Hobbsy. He's another that's trying to endure the pain and suffering of the Audi.
Well, he did say in comms on Thursday that it's not as bad, which I think is about as much praise as I've heard anybody give the Audi. So,
I mean, it wasn't bad when I drove it in the 6L Nürburgring last year, but it's definitely not a great car. Speaking of Hobbsy, 15-second penalty.
Is that a curse? I mean, he didn't make a mistake, but that's awful timing.
Alex, you're on fire tonight.
Is there any water that I could put myself out with? Because
there's alcohol here, but I'm not sure that's going to help.
Yeah, because I mean, no offense to everyone else, but Hobbsy's probably one of the drivers I least wanted to curse. Because we're both under the age of 18, so
you hate
and
everybody else in the
ex-friends.
league, is what you're saying.
Wait, what are you saying here? What are you saying, Alex? Talk to us, mate.
No,
are you discriminating against age, mate?
So you hate OOR except for Mitch Hobbs, is basically what you're saying.
That's what I heard.
I can't believe it, Alex. This is.
I mean, I think a few streams ago in the when Hobbsy was commentating over like split blue and red with Jamie and Braden, I did stay in chat. Hello to Mitch Hobbs and Mitch Hobbs only. So I think there may be a bit of bias from my end.
Sorry, I had some interference on my mic there.
Oh, you've said it now. You've said it now, mate.
Well,
so it looks like welcome to Team Jaguar, Alex Bowen.
Yeah, I better start. I better start planning my my will.
Can we put Alex in the writer?
Can we?
I think that seems fair.
If you want to punish me, put me in the cup car.
Yeah, but the cup car is really fast down the straight.
You get something out of the cup car.
When I drove it in the 100 minutes of Suzuka with, I will say it was interesting.
I'm still holding thumbs for a Porsche Cup League of some sort, you know, well, that would be fantastic as well.
Well, there's an off. 111. And I'll check that out.
In the meantime, let's look at Doubt and Missing on the mountain, very close to each other.
I think you summoned Fowler and Lachlan just by mentioning Jag. Yes, Nichols, we know you won in a Jag this week. We're aware.
Here's the incident with car 111. That's Ryan Green. See what
Look,
happens.
fans, look wide out.
Oh no! Late pull out and too much curb.
Ooh, got it. Yep. I mean,
And
you
that's the
just-
drive-through for that. So, so yeah, definitely definitely not good for his race.
I think people need to realize that I don't think there's any car, even the Bentley that eats curbs for breakfast, doesn't take that curb well. And I think the mid-rear is even less so. So
No car takes that curb well. It's
exactly, yeah.
it's like trying to take some of the curbs at Hungary in F1. You're just gonna die. That's the end of it.
Pretty much. Pretty much.
Good evening, Sydney Scott. Welcome to the stream. It's going well for some, not quite so well for others.
That's Bathurst.
Well, I must admit, after the sprint series, when I finished the race with only 3 seconds of damage, I think that was a major success.
I was a bit more unfortunate with a solid 15 seconds of damage on my car. It was something, at least.
We did a race here, a bit of a fun one, many months ago. And I was trying to see how much damage I could actually obtain, and I got up to 16, 17 minutes worth.
Oh,
Do you remember that?
I think I can remember that.
Yeah, my car was already stuffed, and I went and parked at the end of Conrod and let someone hit me, and it was about 5 cars that barreled into me, and let's just
I
say it
think
was
if you
undrivable.
Once you go into the pits, then your pit crew is not there. They've just gone home.
Yeah.
Just deal with that yourself, my friend.
Andrew
well,
O'Hara has
tapped out.
picked up the pace a little bit. 2011, fastest lap of the race so far.
It'll be interesting to see because Rose was closing the gap on Madison before. Just waiting for that to update now. So he's maintained the gap so far.
Hey, Spidey.
Good to see you here, Spidey.
Nah, Spidey's too cool for ACC now. He's moved on to iRacing.
He's become one of those. Just
Yeah,
kidding.
he got sick of rear-ending me in this game.
Good
Whoa.
save by
That's a
Norman
wiggle. That was a wiggle.
Yeah, that was just a little bit of a
there.
something.
Yeah.
He doesn't even play iRacing. It's truly true. I'm flat out trying to with Matchbox cars at the moment. Matchbox cars are great. Well,
So-
Team Dwight are screwed. We saw 3-minute stops in the rules, so we're doing fuel stops for some of them, and it didn't count. Well, there's an early
The
stop
rules are
now.
also-
Just do a splash and dash. Oh, you got to change tyres.
Yeah.
The mandatory is not for anything other than tyres like it normally is, because if it were made it for driver swaps, it kills your strat in case you have to change something else. So that's why it's tyres. We never have a pit stop for fuel because, again, that's just not what we're trying to do. Yeah, if it's a mandatory stop at the moment for any of our events that have a pit stop, it's always tyres. Bad luck. I miss you too, Spidey. It was only once, and I love you for it. I just miss your little sweet kisses. Someone's going to just join the stream and listen to that. But anyway, I love when Spidey kisses me softly on the behind. There you go. Clip that one.
Yeah, I was just about to say, someone's going to come in and clip it and put it into an out-of-context Twitter account somewhere.
Yeah. Always.
It's always the case. Well, I've got wrong.
Bentley on Bentley.
Connor Kingston has made it up to P15 so far through all the chaos. Corey Sweet up to P19. So some people making some good progress.
Definitely some drivers who have kept it clean and have moved their way up the field.
Scout, what you should be doing, mate, is during your non-stint, you should change over to the V3s mid-race and try. Why not? Racy Octanes Online. Ooh, I like it. I like it. RRR. Oh, ow. So we started with 32 tonight. We still have 32. It's a good sign.
It's always a good sign when you're halfway through, well, you're half an hour through the race and you've still got all 32 cars.
What I wish we could do as a fun race one day, if we could make it forced what type of controller you're on, I'd have a keyboard race. I reckon that would be
Good send there by
absolutely disgusting. Yeah, very nice move.
I don't know why you are the way you are. Like, why do you want to do that to people?
Why not? Because
Fair enough. if ever there was a good reason.
Yeah, exactly. Well, that's a good reason, isn't it?
Because I can.
Because I can.
Yeah.
But hey, people don't have to rock up, but they will.
I have a dedicated area, so I'd basically just be dragging the keyboard there.
To be honest, I found driving on keyboard in this game easier than pad. I don't know how. Must be some type of settings you got to nail for a pad. But when I first hurt my shoulder and I just wanted to do a funny lap, the keyboard was easier than doing it on the pad.
To be honest, I find keyboard easier than a pad on the F1 game, so it's probably similar for ACC.
Can you make it keyboard and mouse? So mouse for steering and...
Oh, yuck.
That's disgusting. Oh,
well,
no.
I mean, you're not trying to make it nice, you're trying to make it disgusting, so...
See, it gets a tick for me.
That's how you play American Truck Simulator or Euro Truck Simulators with the mouse steering. It's quite fun. Slightly lower speeds than we're talking about here, but you know, the concept carries over.
Oh, no. It's definitely high speeds in Euro Truck Simulator. Especially if you chuck a, like, 10,000 horsepower engine into a truck.
True. The handling is a little bit different as well.
Just the touch. A game that definitely requires the wheel, though. Garfield Kart.
Speaking of,
an F1 race cars.
Farming Simulator. They've got Logitech controls for the Farming Simulator now. That stuff's fun, but it's just so full on.
Oh, Farming Simulator is always full on. I mean, farming in general is full on. Have you seen Jeremy Clarkson's series on Amazon Prime?
Yeah. I've done a bit of farming in my day.
Oh yeah. I mean, I do live in the middle of nowhere, but we don't really do much farming out at our family at least.
Fastest man on the tractor moving hay bales. I made it a race because I'm competitive, even though I wasn't racing anyone. A lot of fun.
You were racing yourself.
Speaking
Whoa.
of racing someone and going bush to find some hay bales, Corey's sweet. Bit too sweet there. No damage done though, but just his pride demoralised.
Yep, just as Norris responded to what was damaged.
Oh,
Talon.
speaking of damage,
That's a second-hand looking Audi.
I may have to find out what's happened here to Art. Bear with me.
You guys have the notepad out to see what lines to take at the moment.
My brain knows what lines to take around the Bathurst. My hands just don't always follow.
Yeah, that's sort of the same with me. It's a bit of a shame, unfortunately. Although I think this guy is fairly good at getting his hands to move the way that his brain wants to.
Yeah, he seems pretty effective at it so far.
But from what we've seen, yeah. Oh, and that's a...
Gosh.
That was a team effort.
Honda lost it as well. Okay.
And those cars are still inside each other.
So the Lambo, oof. What did he just missed braking? The Honda, they just missed braking, it seems.
I think it was a sympathy crash for the car ahead.
Yeah.
Just the type of man Corey is. Yeah, way too deep. Oh,
And
that's
then-
a big... Oh, he's inside. How you doing, brother? They are actually inside. That is cute. Oh, no. Oh, no.
Oh, no.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh no.
Very nice of him to straighten them up, though.
Yeah.
That's just Bentley. That's how nice Bentley drivers are.
There's a yellow flag, though. You got to change your approach and your mindset when you see a yellow flag. Oh, obviously, now, look, I'll be honest here. That's a very tough one. To
Yeah.
avoid. You are already braking. But yes, still be cautious when you see a yellow flag. That was a good
Oh,
nice
yeah,
of him to
definitely.
straighten up. Very, very sporting. And I believe what we see now with that Art Vandelay car, that is a visual glitch. They've been in the pit since and they've been repaired, but it hasn't updated what it looks like on track. So,
Unless he hasn't repaired the bodywork.
no, 100%. I've seen it before on a couple of other events where it was.
Oh, okay.
I've called drivers out. Oh, you didn't fix your damage. Like, no, we did. It's just not updating on our end.
It's just the active arrow.
Yes, we'll go with that. That's exactly what they're after. But we've still got 32 drivers or teams out there. Just over half an hour in. So we'll see a lot of drivers pit. Pit windows around the 45-minute mark if you're going for an even balanced stop schedule. But as we've
I think
seen,
you'll...
is the indicator on?
Yep. So Linton Wills in chat saying full track map is a game changer, and that's definitely a tip for, personally, that I find makes a big difference, is having the full track map up when you're racing as well. Just gives you a much better overview of what's happening around the track.
Yeah, so Saxon's indicator was on then just to tell the driver behind who's lapping him where to overtake him, which is showing some good experience, good awareness.
So this is always a question for me in terms of etiquette, because there's a lot of people that approach it differently. When you're being lapped, are you indicating the direction that you're going, or the direction that the car should pass you?
It
The
should be
direction
where
the
you,
car should pass.
it should be where the car would pass you, where you indicate where you put your car. So say, for example, that's how I see it, and that's how I think it should be done.
Yep.
Sim racing. So if people are indicating that's the direction I'm going to go, well, if you think that there's two movements. One, you're indicating to do something, and then you have to do it. Whereas if you just indicate, you don't have to move your car, and it's less pressure on you, and it's less worry about them having to know that you have to move. So maybe that, I'm not sure if it's in the rule book actually, but it probably wouldn't hurt to chuck it in there.
I mean, if you indicate in a direction and then you go in that direction, then you've been poisoned by real life driving.
Yeah. And so if you're a BMW driver, well, obviously you don't have to indicate because you don't in real life either.
Yeah, but they don't have indicators, so it's fair enough.
What's an indicator?
I saw, driving home today from taking my dog to the park, and there's so many people that just don't indicate, whether it's into a car park or exiting a roundabout. I'm like, it's the easiest thing in the world. Are you going to turn left? Well, fucking tell someone.
Yes, exactly.
Might come to Thailand. People indicate all the way.
Yeah?
So you'll be driving behind a bike that has its indicator on for about 4 kilometers. They will turn, but it's going to be a surprise when it's going to happen.
They're just warning you really ahead of time.
The other side of the coin.
I mean, it's honestly ridiculous how many times I'll see drivers on the roads around here do things incorrectly. And you know it's bad when someone who barely has done much with actual like real life laws for driving picks up something that other drivers are doing wrong.
Yeah, it's. I used to do some courier work for about 3 years, and I'll tell you what, never underestimate the power of stupidity on the road. I'm surprised there aren't more accidents, and bad ones, just based on how poor some people's decision making is and how slow responders they are. It's staggering. If there was a better way to get a license system in real life, I'll tell you what, 25% of drivers on the road would not be driving.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of drivers where you wonder how the hell they got their license.
To be fair, like I said, in Thailand, the license test is you have to parallel park, you have to drive down a little straightaway, you have to reverse back up it, and you have to do a normal parking, and that's it. If you can do all 4 of those things, you can get your license.
Yeah. So back to the indicator stuff. You should use it indicators like you would in a normal driver. Yes, to a degree. Say if you're coming in the pits or coming out of the pits, yes, but not on a racetrack where there's no lines. Like, just treat your... I'm not sure if you're aware how trucks will allow overtakes on a highway. They will indicate to where they want you to go past them. That's a common known thing on a highway with the truck. Same it should be here. So you're sharing the road, but your indicator's used to tell the drivers where you want them to go. And generally, there's not just because that's the side they want you to go, but they can also see ahead, and they know what's coming. And they're obviously a big, large lorry. So yeah, let's use it similar to that. But
This is partly why I asked the question, because there's quite a few people with a different opinion on it. Ooh, just avoids the wall there by Hobbs. But yeah, it's interesting to get the different perspectives on it. I mean, I agree. You indicate where you want the car to go on the racetrack.
Yep.
But it's an interesting question, I think.
We can definitely clean that up and just make that an official thing for OOR, especially. We'll add to our academy that's going to be coming at some stage. I'd ban 90% of drivers if I could. Mate, if I was allowed to pit maneuver people...
Wield the banhammer.
Oh, pit maneuver. No, pit maneuver sounds more... You know when you're like you're really annoyed at home and breaking something just makes you feel better. Especially when you're younger. Like whether it's, I don't know, something outside, you break a plate, or you go shooting and shoot some glass bottles and just to vent some steam. And they tell you to punch a pillow. It doesn't feel the same. How good would it be to pit maneuver cars that shouldn't be on the road? Without hurting anyone, obviously.
Just have them ghost through anything that isn't your car.
Just a pit maneuver at 20 k's an hour.
Yeah,
I don't know if that's possible with some cars, but when there's a will, there's a way. There's Hobbsy Pits.
So McFriedlich asking if you have to do practical training for the driving license. I assume in Australia you have to do some?
Yes.
Yeah.
To get your rails, no.
Thailand you don't have to.
To get your rails, no. To
Thailand-
get PC, do.
Yeah.
What do you
Yeah.
Thailand you just show up, do the test and go home. You have to do a written test. But you can do everything basically in the same day. And you have no prior training required. You just show up and do it.
Yeah.
With my
Which
L's
is
test.
Scary.
Sorry, no, that it's the reason why Thailand has one of the highest death rates on the roads in the world, unfortunately.
No, that's not good.
With my L's test coming up, that there is no practical test I need to do it because there's a reason why they can have it all online and have you do it all online. So yeah.
But when the L license, you have to drive with someone else in the car, or
Yes.
Okay, yeah.
When you have your L plates, you need to have someone. You need to have a passenger that has a full license in the car with you, as a passenger.
Yeah, and they've got to behave like they are driving normally as well. Like they can't have any alcohol in their system and shit.
Yeah.
I think you got a certain amount of hours as well. So back when I got my license, I grew up in the country, so had access to lots of roads where there wasn't many other drivers around. And back then, you didn't have to like drive in other conditions, like nighttime driving, driving in poor conditions, like rain or stuff like that, storms. So what I used to do is anytime it rained or was stormy, just jump in my car, go on the back roads and just practice the driving that. It just taught myself. Just exposing yourself to variants that are on the road. Going and driving in traffic. When you first get driver's license to go through traffic lights, that's a bit daunting for a lot of people, especially if you're not used to that. And roundabouts, for some reason people think roundabouts are like something you have to spend 4 years going to university to know how to use. They're the most simple, amazing thing on the roads, as O'Hara makes a mistake and still saves it.
Will say I see a lot of people get roundabouts very, very wrong. It's one of the most it's one of the most common mistakes I see on the roads, because there's in the closest like city to me, that there's a bunch of roundabouts in succession, and it's astounding how many times you'll see people just sit there and wait until every car goes through, and then go. You just gotta look to your right.
Exactly. You just gotta look to your right, and if you've got a gap, go. I hate when people pull up to it, then look to their right. Like should still be. The whole thing is it's meant to be. Like what's the word I'm looking for? You're always meant to be moving. Obviously, you stop if there's a car coming to your right, but people just can't gauge. Well, they sit there and they wait to the left when the left's clear. Like, well, hang on, they're waiting for you.
yeah, they're waiting for you.
Oh no!
Who's that?
It's a sax man. Beep, bop, bop, ba, da, bop.
That's the scat man.
Sax off. Oh, that's a sax man. Oh, there you go. That's a scat man, but we'll change it to the sax man. Kingston has a drive-through. Oh, can you get track limit pens here?
I mean,
Surely it's hard. Surely that's.
Okay, it's difficult, but if you hit the inside of walls enough, the game will give you track limits warnings.
Yeah. So you're not pushing yourself through.
That's strange. I've smashed pretty much every wall around this track, and I've never gotten a warning.
Okay, so I think the
What
inside
if
of
you
the
did?
cutting, if you hit that, it can give you a warning.
Exeter Forest Elbow as well.
Yeah, Exeter Forest Elbow is another one. And I mean, you can literally just completely cut the chase if you really want to.
So interesting trivia about Forest Elbow. Do you know why it's called Forest Elbow?
There was a cow called Forest that fell over. I don't know.
It was a motorcycle race, and there was a driver with a surname Forest who
Fell
he
over.
actually
Yeah.
no, he didn't fall over. He scraped his elbow throughout the race, down to the bone basically, and it's been called Forest Elbow because
What was the corner called before that?
not Forest Elbow. I don't know. Wikipedia only has so
Oh,
much
it was
information.
speeding
man.
in the pits.
Oh,
That's
there
what
you
it
go.
was.
There you go. It's a minor one, but still gets his penalty. G'day,
I mean,
Northvale.
it is also on the outskirts of a forest, so I guess it kind of works that way as well.
But does it look like an elbow? Oh, I guess it does. But anything could look like an elbow. Not my
Yeah.
dad's elbow. My dad's elbow is cooked. Or the footy. In Germany, minimum 14 hours of driving. I think down here it's 50. Well, I'm pretty sure it was 50. It could be more now. It was 50 when I did it, but
I think it's a bit higher now. I think I'm just checking now, but I think there's a very, very
Janice, what do you say,
high.
120? Is that Australian?
it could be. Yeah.
120 sounds familiar. Yeah.
I'm
I know
glad.
in
Yeah. Sorry.
Finland as well, they have a very strict test at all limits. You have 24 hours of daytime driving, and there's a certain amount of hours of nighttime, certain amount of hours of snow, wet driving, and all those kind of things before you can actually take the test.
Yeah. That's good. That's good. You need to experience all that because most of these crashes happen in conditions that you're not familiar with and you get a bit overconfident with the car. They need more skid pans around the country, places like that. You can go and just throw the car around and learn how it handles. I think that needs to happen more. Simulators are obviously a good thing as well, just to kind of experience how handling works.
I've never seen anything that switches off as many people's brains as raining while you're driving.
Yeah.
It's amazing how stupid people become when it starts raining on the roads.
That they just drive like it's dry and they're immediately spinning into a pole.
Oh, just the way
Yeah.
the way they apply their brakes. So, if you've driven in snow, for example, you're using your gearbox. You're not really using your pedals to slow the car down, and that's it's a hard one to explain. But in practice, it makes perfect sense. You're using the gearbox to slow the car, rotate the car, because as soon as you get on the gas, and the weight transfer inside the vehicle is a lot different, and people do similar-ish things in the wet where they think the things they can apply in the dry are still applicable in the wet, which isn't the case. Or they drive extremely overcautious, like 20 in a 60 zone type of crap, which again
Yeah, exactly.
is dangerous. It's dangerous in itself.
Yeah, that should be about as punishable as going 100 in a 60k zone.
Yeah, I used to live
There's
in I used to live in a country where it was 100 k's obviously most of the way there, and you got the people on the road that are doing 70 or 80, and you can see why accidents happen, because if you can't, like on a straight stretch of road, if you can't hold the speed limit safely, then what are you doing on the road? Like, it's just scary that you don't feel safe on the road, and people get impatient and make silly decisions and try and get past, and as you said, yeah, Spidey said that the last few kilometres, the last 20 kilometres of any long journey when you're close to home, could be even less than 20, is when most accidents happen.
80% of accidents happen within 2 kilometers of home or something like that.
It's just a concentration. You just drop it because you know you're not far.
Yeah.
It's like if you're busting to go to the toilet and you've been waiting to get home, as soon as you go to that front door, you're just about to piss yourself.
Yeah.
You can survive the first 20 k's of busting, but as soon as you get to that door and know how close you are to the toilet, that's it. That's all she wrote.
Your body is just like, you're home now, you can start releasing. No, wait, just hold on a second.
No, come on, it's just 3 more doors. Oh, you've been so good. Don't let me down now.
Jake in chat saying, if Andy can just make one mistake. I don't think he does that, mate. It's he doesn't seem to know what that is. So I think you're just gonna have to drive faster.
It's not that hard. Yeah, just drive faster.
I mean, I can reference you to Philippa Bakita. She's very good at getting advice for how to go faster. So just send that message.
One time on the road, I was driving home from work, just on a lunch break, and I was absolutely knackered, just so tired. And I've done trips that have been 800 k's in a day, This was literally a 12 kilometre drive, and I was about, I don't know, less than a kilometre from home. I nodded off. Just for a split second, and the next thing you know, I'm looking straight at a nature's median strip with guardrails and going, well, that's not where I should be. I'd say, well, it woke me up pretty quick, and I did avoid it. I'm lucky that I've got good reflexes, because if I didn't and I panicked, I would have definitely lost the car. But it's just so simple. It's just so simple. Don't drive while you're tired. It's
almost more dangerous than driving drunk, honestly.
Oh, it is. Is.
There's a reason why they put up signs on the side of the road saying that if you're fatigued, have a power nap.
Yeah, I was lucky there was only a 50 kilometre zone, but it was eye-opening, literally. Just a split second. I still remember it so vividly.
It's a good thing on most of the roads in the area around where I live. They have like the rumble strips in the middle of the road now. So if people do fall asleep and they drift off towards the middle of the road, they will get notified that they are in fact going onto the opposite side of the road.
It's just a pre-accident sound effect, pretty much.
Yeah, I do it to my girlfriend when she's asleep in the car. I run over it on purpose. Yeah, I didn't say that. Who am I kidding?
Connor in chat was an okay first stint. Well, you made up 4 places, mate, which is a good first stint. After having a bit of a slow start, I think, and yeah,
it's going reasonably well out there. It's settled down now. Everyone's kind of found their pace, found their spot. Yeah, every now and then there's a few mistakes, but
yeah, do have a small congregation of cars here for battle for P5. This is between Brits, Baggermans, and Gibbons.
Gibbons always has quite a few fans in the chat.
As he should.
I thought only Mitch Hobbs is allowed to have fans.
No. The only fan Hobbsy is allowed to have is me.
Ah, okay.
no, great stint there, Jake. Good buffer for P1, P2 at the moment. Don't know what's happened through the pit stops though. 9.6 seconds separates the leaders. What's going on there? Yeah, Withers, we caught that on stream. We saw that you obviously rapidly approached a car that was just collecting itself. Oh, that's a bit deep there, Gibbo.
Well,
And yeah, great save though, Withers. Great save. So as you know, yes, Gibbo is Jan's grandson. Number 1 grandson, I hear. I'm number 2. What do you need to finish, Jake, to secure P2 in the championship? P2? You know, it's all because of me. I'm pretty much the best reserve driver you've had. You haven't raced. Andrew O'Hara's in chat. I did see Andrew make a mistake, but it wasn't anything severe where it was barrel rolling over fences and pit manoeuvring things. Now, we've got a week off at Sprint Series. Who's racing at Paul Ricard at 8 hour?
I am raising my hand right now.
Yep, the hand is raised.
What car did you go with?
We are in the Ferrari.
I am also in the Ferrari as Odyssey Racing usually picks the Ferrari.
This is the most non-diverse grid I've ever seen in my life when it comes to car choices.
Why is everyone in the Ferrari?
There's 3 cars that everyone in. Ferrari's one of them.
We were thinking of going with a Bentley, but it's just so crap down the straight.
That's
right.
right.
The Bentley is
gonna,
awful down the straight.
We've created a randomise button, so just before we start creating the entry list, we're going to randomise everyone's car.
That's fine.
Yeah. So good luck. Some people might get the 2015 Bentley.
Oh.
That's quicker down the straight than the 2018, isn't it?
Oh yeah, but it's a piece of crap.
No. Yes.
Is someone going to get the reader?
Did you want it? Yes, no worries.
Alright, thank you.
That's
I did see
appreciated.
the team. Good save. there's a team that entered in the Janetta, and I don't know why they hate themselves so much.
Okay, so just looking through it, looks
Ooh.
like there's quite a few Audis,
That's the wall.
Ferraris,
No,
Aston.
that's still the wall. It's still the wall. Other way. That's that's not the wall.
That's a little better.
What's going on there?
That was a bit of an incident. So Ferret, I assume you guys are in the GT4 then? Oh, I was just a bit optimistic. In
Yeah,
the
just way too deep. Hey,
Oh, that mistake. That's not something that Farad wants to watch back at all. Sorry, I would go off it, but I can't.
That's very unfortunate.
Kick over there. Wow, that's done something amazing.
Nice.
We entered the underworld.
What else have we got going on in chat? Hey guys, just drove a mega stint for car 45. Got from P14 to P. That is mega. That is huge, Regan. Great work, mate. Great work.
Yeah, well done. That is quite the drive.
Saved it, but car was sadly 2 seconds slow before. Yeah, that happens. I don't know what you've probably done some floor damage or something. So does that make Mull and Gibbo cousins? Oh, can do. Cousins in love? I don't know. First endurance race, pretty excited to drive with BMW. Nice to hear, Linton. Get in there, Lewis.
Hold on. Can we just go back to the cousins things? Isn't that incest?
Alex. Just because we're cousins, just because we're cousin doesn't mean we're fucking.
I've been doing this wrong all the time.
Moloch.
Come on, Alex. You might be 15, but I don't have to explain birds and the bees to you here.
You are literally in the state of Tasmania.
Yes,
the
but
Australian equivalent of Alabama.
Nah, Queensland's worse, mate.
Queensland. Okay, Queensland's Florida.
I think we're gonna upset Gibbo's grandmom, so maybe we should move on to a different topic, perhaps.
I love him, but doesn't mean it's incest. Oh, anyway, moving on.
So Paul Ricard is the racetrack.
Paul Ricard. Now that man could. Anyway, Jag. We in the Aston Martin GT4 at Paul Ricard. There's a few. I think we've got six for now. I know there's a few people that want to do a late entry to Paul Ricard, and we still have a few spots left. So technically, if you've raced before and want to get involved, we can still slot you in. And yes, Gibbo is not my cousin. I'm adopted. I'm adopted by their family, and I've probably now been disowned. Stop and go 10 for causing collision lap 25. Tommy Malone. I think we might have seen something similar.
That 111 car has had a bit of has had a few penalties. I'll just say that. Was it Ryan Green with the drive through earlier on? I think it was in that car.
Well, we need a new OOR shirt.
Well, we need the 12 fucking meter shirt first. I mean, that's the Anna Mario shirt with a flag.
Yeah. I just don't know what to put. Like, obviously, I know what to put on it, but not what else to put on it. We would all adopt Mull if we could. Well, feel free to adopt. Sponsor a Mull. Come into a town near you.
For $1 a month, you can feed a mullet.
You can feed a Moloch one pineapple pizza slice every day.
Oh, Alex, you're definitely driving the reader somewhere, mate. I'm going to do that to. Oh, okay, let's have a conversation now while he's not here. What does everyone think of me trolling Bender and putting him in the reader for the last round of Sprint Series?
Do it.
Yes.
I think I'm going to.
Chuck me in the reader for the last race of the Sprint Series this season. Why not?
With your luck, mate, you'll make that thing cartwheel for about 15 Ks. Not sure. I'm not sure the grid's prepared for that.
Maybe the bad luck is Merc related.
It could be. You had more luck in the Bentley.
I mean, yeah, you got a point there. I'll definitely keep the Bentley in the list of preferences, but it's definitely not gonna be at the top for a little while. Just want to ease my way out of the Bentley for a little while, I guess.
I think next season or seasons in advance, you're going to have to be the Audi or the Porsche, just so we can control you that way.
All right, Audi it is.
Well, because you've nominated the Audi, we're going to put you in the Porsche.
All right, then Porsche it is.
G'day, Braden. Rita Supporters. What on? It is. What type of Lamborghini is the Rita, guys in chat, girls? The hint. It is. JP, you're not in the chat.
Oh, my bad. Just ignore me.
Ignore me. It's not the Gallardo. It's not the Gallardo. I saw a McLaren 720 in town today, and oh my goodness, it stood out like a sore thumb in Tasmania. Oh, that's close. I think it was a 720. I don't think it was a 650.
Oh, that's an incident ahead.
Not the optimal line by the Honda.
Chris Brooker. Lambo made in China. A fraud bikini.
It's when you order a Lambo on Wish. That's pretty much what you get.
How good
No. AliExpress.
Aldi. Car 5 is around. 5.
That's just parks there.
We've had a few technical difficulties today, car 5.
A lot of cars have had technical difficulties today.
Good old Mount Panorama.
Usual stint time of free lick is usually about, say, 45 minutes, depending on what the drivers want to do. But yeah, if you want an equal split, then you just do 45, 45, 45, 45, roughly.
Yep.
I think for this stint now, you'd probably see quite a few, maybe go up to the 50-minute mark. Maybe a little longer. The shorter stints will be at the end, when they can run lighter fuel. And Vanderham has picked up a 10-second stop go for an unsafe rejoin on lap 29.
Wasn't that just Vanderham that was parked up on the side of the road?
No, that's car 5.
Okay.
That was Bo Manus. I think they're still... Nope, they're in the pits now. Nope, they're back on track. I'll take them back. I'll be back in a second. Just grabbing a drink. Would anyone like a drink?
I'm good, thanks. I think that Ferrari had a little look into the S's. That would have ended well.
What do you mean? It's a perfect space for overtake.
No. You gotta do a move at McPhilmy. That's the perfect place.
Moritz, get out.
I'm not mad.
Corey.
I'm just disappointed. Meanwhile, this looks like Johnson had a look on Rex having a look on Frost. It's another three-way battle with a few cars in it as well. We've got Nichols just a little further back on this. Oh, that's deep from Johnson.
That's a Sandy. Somehow made it stick. That was very good awareness by Rec there to avoid him.
Yep.
But,
Brilliant
that's
awareness.
definitely what we call a send.
Oh, Rex almost had return serve there. Thought better of it. So yeah, that moves Johnson up into P11.
So I think they're currently sitting tied for second in the Pro-Am class, if I'm not mistaken, in terms of the championship. So they'll definitely be looking to move up a bit.
We have a bit more insight on the issues for that Benny Floyd is going through. Continually had no force feedback. That's always fun to have a track like this.
Interestingly, Carl Johnson, the on board we are with now, he actually purposely drives without force feedback. Don't ask me why, but he does.
I'm sorry, but that just sounds weird.
Yes. Yes, no, I 100% agree. I can't figure it out, but yeah, he prefers it.
At that point, you just drive off a T racer.
Pretty much. He's still driving on a G25, so...
Oh, okay, that makes a bit more sense then. I mean, I don't expect many G25s to still have working force feedback. Oh, well,
his force feedback still works, he just never turns it on. It's just absolutely mental. I don't...
I mean, I can find more sense in it with a G25.
It's the Murphy. Thanks for the 50 Aussie dollars. A fact,
That-
hot water will turn into ice faster than cold water.
Dan, stop wasting all your money on other people.
I'm guessing Alex is going to feed Balak $1 a day then. Thanks, Alex. I really feel good about that. Much love to you, Dan Murphy. Alex is a bastard, won't feed me. Nah, much love, buddy.
Thanks for the donation. No, stop helping.
Moloch, remember, I said it's $1 a day. If you want a slice of pineapple pizza a day. Do you want a slice of pineapple pizza a day?
Look, I guess I don't want the sounds of that cheeky laugh. Apparently there's been a death at the top of the mountain. We better go suss it out. As Brits is dropped back a spot. Or was that?
Moloch, you're going to be having 100 slices of Hawaiian pizza, it seems.
Oh no.
December Projects, thank you for the 50 Aussie dollars.
Oh wow.
Well, I'll have to say, as long as Dan's donations come with these interesting facts.
I think this car's going to need to... I have to chip in that $100 to this team. If you want to watch a sadness, this is P2.
Oh no, oh no.
Oh no,
What's
he's
that?
exactly right.
Was that Hignett in front of him? Because that's the same livery they were running.
That is
And
very
it's having a
unfortunate
error.
placing at the wrong time. Just a bit more of a kiss. Oh, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, first bad. First bad. Gang.
So, Jack, what were you saying about hoping to finish P2 in the championship? Is that gonna
Oh,
affect...
it's too soon, mate.
Do you have any sympathy?
No, not really. I'm not the sympathetic person. No, it's just it's interesting that Jake cursed himself. I've never heard of a self curse, so it's a new thing.
Yeah, we didn't have to do it for him.
December, I think I know the first name. Am I allowed to say a first name? If not, I'm happy to just keep it between us. Keep it between us as friends. But thank you very much.
So Gibbo closing up on Baggermans. He's closed the gap quite a bit. So he'll be looking to get into the top 5.
Evans might go for a move here. He's got the up the inside. Nah, nothing doing there. Doesn't have a bad run out of the final corner. Gonna have a red hot go into turn 1. Now Baggermans just has the braking on him.
Player 3 enters the
sounds
game.
like he's at a meeting.
Oh
Hi,
yeah,
name's Mark.
yeah.
I drive the 4-4 in the split green.
yeah.
Hi,
Oh,
Mark.
I know which mark it was. I know exactly. I know what you like to wear to dinner. I know what side of the bed you sleep on. I know that you're a folder, not a scruncher. Actually, if you fold, you've got problems. That's my opinion. Who's got time to fold toilet paper?
We live in Thailand. We don't have to.
Someone with no life.
No, I bet you there's more folders and scrunchers in the chat.
Most likely.
Yeah.
Oh no, there have a few technical difficulties this race. Ryan Bo Manis's team with his brother Jared, and they picked up a speeding in the pits penalty just to throw it on top.
Moritz, that's actually a pretty good one. I think you can stay based on that one.
Yeah, you can stay, Moritz.
Agamand.
You can stay. We'll keep you.
Your previous one was awful, so you're on the brink, but that one keeps you in.
Just.
What is that emote? It's like super effective. Oh, that's kind of cute. Oh shit, my phone's going off.
I'll be right back.
No worries. Oh my goodness.
Do you need to quarantine your phone for a little bit?
Yeah, my brothers have all messaged me being assholes, asking me, are we watching the fight tomorrow?
Speaking of other sports, how are you liking the Phoenix Suns in the NBA football so far?
I am up and about. I am very happy at the moment, but I don't want to get too carried away because things can change quickly. But it's I said on one of my Facebook posts, it's I'm so used to watching the NBA finals when your team's not involved. So obviously with like a grand final or a championship, when your team's not involved, you can relax and watch it. Whereas when your team is involved, it's a very, very stressful time.
That was me with the 2017 AFL Grand Final when Richmond finally got in. And then it turns out Richmond would just decide to do well for the next few years.
Yeah, Richmond have done very well in recent times.
And now we're back where we belong.
Ninth.
9th place.
Yeah, I go for Collingwood. Don't hold it against me, but we've had just a terrible. The club's just not being very well run on and off the field, and had a terrible year. But I've watched that 2019 grand final. That was tough. It was a great game if you're a non-supporter. Again, like if you watch that game back, it's full on. But as a person who supports one of those teams, especially the losing side, it was hard to watch.
I didn't watch all of the game, but I did end up tuning in for the last 10 minutes of the final quarter when West Coast came back.
Yeah.
That was something.
It was definitely something, that's for sure. They were the better team, so pretty much all year. It just sucks that you can lead most of the game and then throw it away at the end, but kind of didn't deserve to win at the last half. But nah, I'm not one of those psycho Collingwood supporters that one-eyed and biased and stupid.
I think you were the first Collingwood supporters who've actually said that.
Oh, don't get me wrong, my dad's... Oh, hang on. Blue flag action, that Nissan? Yep. Yeah, my dad's pretty one-eyed. It's a family thing, though. And obviously, a lot of people go for certain sports teams because their parents pretty much do, and pressured you into doing as a kid. And yeah, if I didn't go for Collingwood as a kid, I wouldn't have been fed. So, yeah. I'm sure the same in Richmond.
No, I'm the only one in my immediate family that goes for Richmond. I do have my auntie does go for Richmond though. My dad is a Hawthorn supporter.
Oh no.
Yeah.
I'd say that about any team. It could be worse. Could be Carlton.
It could be Geelong. And my mum is actually also a Collingwood supporter, but she doesn't really follow it nearly as much.
I knew I liked your mum for a reason.
Yeah.
Yeah. She just needs to work on her chicken.
Yeah. Well, it was like a store-bought. It was like a store-bought thing. It was just done in a stir fry, so it was pretty good for what it was. Oh, it was pretty good for what it was. Although once my dad brought up that it tasted a bit like licorice, that's when it ended.
Yes. Speaking of ended, which one of these cars is going to be out of this race first? This is such a tight battle for P8.
Carl Johnson just managed to lose 3 positions, basically, or 2 positions in one.
Well, there you go. It was a Ferrari. I said there was one of them, and it was the Ferrari.
Is it bad that I was thinking Nichols?
How did he get back on track and tuck in behind Baldwin there? Was it Baldwin?
That's John.
Wow.
Yeah. How has he done that?
I can't believe you've done this. Let's find a replay.
So Nichols died until he didn't. That's okay. Okay, it is behind Baldwin.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he was a
course.
massive
Baldwin
smash
and
into the fence.
Dropped down after the.
Yeah, you can see the damage. Yeah, I feel bad because I was thinking Nichols and I was going to say it and then he did it for me.
Self-inflicted.
Yep.
Oh, and his kid's tucked in.
Oh.
Wow. I think everyone around him as well was very fortunate.
Oh yeah. I mean, taking that curb at McPhilmy in the Ferrari is always going to be a death sentence. So the fact that he was able to slot back in where he did, that's quite fortunate for the winner in the Jaguar.
Yeah, look how much pace he's down.
Yeah.
Put an easy move there for Sam Reck.
Now we've got the...
Yes, Board. Sweet, maybe. They're several laps back now.
Yeah.
I'll be hearing about that one in Discord. Poor lads. But this 5-way battle, now 3 cars. Frost, Johnson, Baldwin. Baldwin has pitted, so the 96 car has done 2 stops. Provisionally leading for those that have done 2 stops. But these 2 are going to hold them up for a little bit. Not that that's at least their problems.
They're fighting for position, they're allowed to.
Oh, 100%.
Nothing in the rule saying it's illegal.
Greatest recovery since Lazarus. I did say that I had a feeling one of those cars was going to bin it, and it did within about 10 seconds. See, that's how you curse. That's not even... Is it a curse if I'm predicting it? Like, if I say here, these 2 are driving brilliantly. Like, I couldn't see an incident happening whatsoever.
Oh!
Very close.
Oh, Jesus.
How did that Bentley not die? It hit that curb.
It did.
It hit that curb. And it did not die.
It had a wobble. Oh, careful, closing the window. They'll add the space.
Well, look, I think most of the drivers, as much as they love you and love your commentary, they'd appreciate if you don't talk about them.
Oh, I reckon most of them would like it if I didn't even speak.
Oi!
Oh, that's a very adventurous decision.
This is what hard racing is. Not forcing other drivers off track onto the gravel.
Yep, so can Carl make a little late dive on the outside here? I doubt it very much. Because at the same time, he's still trying to cover off from Baldwin.
There's no way you can make a move around the outside there. It's practically impossible.
Yeah, you're going to have to rely on the car ahead to turn the car off. Another car has entered the game. That's semi-wreck. So defending,
Here we
it just
go.
costs you so much time. He was in the back of this anyway, but it's Lockie Nichols, you can see, 2.7 seconds back now. After rising like a phoenix, after smashing into the fence up here. Maybe we'll go with Wonder if not many Lamborghinis out there. I think there's only 2. Both of them are in the top 10 for now. This is
Pretty
Beast
impressive
Racing.
considering.
Interesting.
Fairly
Nice.
impressive that both Lamborghinis are in the.
Oh no,
top
I
10.
just saw something in the background that if your name is Jeremy Washington and you're in chat, look away now. Turn your audio off because the 96 car is just smashing the Forest Elbow.
Yep, that's a bit of damage.
Maybe just pushing a little bit too hard. It's quite a tricky corner at times. It's easy to get wrong, Forest Elbow.
Yeah, it's quite easy to actually lock the rears up and move yourself into that wall on the outside.
Yeah, you definitely aren't getting the throttle too early. You can understeer without even trying. But Lockie Nichols in that Ferrari. Great Phoenix Racing. He's in the pits. I'm going to need a sledgehammer, I think.
For his keyboard or to fix the car?
Both. Not a curse, just plain evil. Oh, poo came out. That'll buff out. Oh, there he goes. Jinx in chat. Snap. Oh, Carl, with this is the fastest yacht I've ever seen. This is what we'd see in a Hobart at this rate.
Didn't you know this was speedboat racing?
Oh, how good would that be? Is there actually a decent speedboat racing game?
I mean, we can make one if there isn't.
It's just events. I'm not sure if
Yeah.
it, is the game. Oh, it's on Nintendo 64. Was it called Wave Racer? Is that the one I'm thinking of?
Wave Race 64.
Oh my goodness, that was the shiz when it first came out.
Fun fact: Wave Race 64 wasn't actually the first Wave Race game.
It wasn't.
It was the
That-
64th one. It was like 63 before it.
Yeah, that there was actually a game originally called Wave Race on the Game Boy.
Well that doesn't count.
Well,
Yeah.
it was the first entry in the series. Wave Race 64 was the first one on home consoles, but there was a version on the Game Boy, and there was a version later on the GameCube as well. But that was the last entry, I believe.
Yeah.
Hydro Thunder, as pointed out by Morris, that was the jet ski. Which one was the jet ski one? Was that Wave Racer?
Wave Race, yeah. Wave Racer.
Yeah.
64.
Yeah.
Remember in the arcades, you always had the full-on jet ski that you can set on.
Kawasaki Jet Ski Racing.
Commentator overlords. What are the max? There's no, from memory, there's no max stint times. You just have to do 3 mandatories at some stage. So if you can go long or go short and make it work, you do what you need to do to mix it up. There's obviously how long that tank can last. And I'm not 100% sure. Are you sure there's 70-minute stints here? Are you sure? I'm not quite sure with the Endurance Series. I should know, but so much going on. It's slipped my mind.
I think Withers in chat is that not Chris Withers, who's with Saxon,
Yes.
so probably would have seen the stint timer.
Yeah, there's no max stint, but there is a max driving time. That's the different one. So you can only do 110 minutes. Come on, let's do this. Very difficult to pass here. G'day, Franco. What up, buckos? Just asking
If this-
admin. I wish that I should.
If this race continues to tomorrow, Franco, I'm waltzing into your house by Minaret tomorrow. And you're joining the commentary. I don't care.
But Baldwin here is just waiting for these cars to head to pit. And that window should be opening pretty soon as we approach the halfway stage.
the Ferrari on the left-hand side let them go.
It's good to see, good to see. Patrick Oliver in car 989 has completed all his mandatory stops already. 3 laps back. Bold strategy, Cotton. Obviously, it's been forced with some damage at some stage.
I don't think we're going to get to the end of the race, especially in the Mercedes. That thing burns fuel like it's free.
I'm trying not to laugh at what Cam put in chat.
Cam, does your better half watch these streams? And if so, do they have an account? So we can talk and say hello? Because I think we should. And Oliver and Damage, name a more iconic debuting?
After Wednesday, Oliver and being touched.
Having the name Patrick and Oliver combined.
Fuel is free in the sim. Imagine if fuel costs money in this. If it was an EA Sports title, to fill up a tank's 99 cents or something stupid.
Oh god. And Codemasters is owned by EA. Oh no.
Oh no. What have you
Oh,
done,
no.
James? What have you done?
You've given them ideas.
Change a wing, that's $2.50.
Want to open a DRS? That's another $5.
Looks like we've also got Sam Mizzen, the 959 car. It's Miss Daisy's drivers. They've done their mandatory stops. There are a couple of positions up the road than Oliver, but Oliver and Co. a few laps down. That was the car that unfortunately lost it just before Skyline, and Jake Baldwin, the 96 Racing Jeremy Washington, made contact. It's F in chat. Lag free servers 2K.
This is EA we're talking about, not 2K.
Question for chat. What is one area of sim racing, or one thing in sim racing you'd love to see added that the companies and developers don't seem to quite get right? It could be actually something that's already in the game, like let's say damage physics. What would you like to see added or improved the most in sim racing? She's watching now, has doubts about all your sanity. Hello, Daddy, you should get an account and mouth me. Because that'd be funny, because then I can mouth Cam.
That was a very disturbing sentence to hear.
It was weird, but we got there in the end.
We have someone on wind watch in the chat. 12 kilometer an hour winds and clouds increasing.
Yeah, but decreasing again after 30 minutes. So I think our chance for rain is low to 0.
Don't say anything about it.
Lucky we've installed that window, the rain button. I mean, no, we haven't. As Carl Johnson and Land Yacht Motorsports come in to the shipping yard to dock and change whatever else you change on a boat.
Change the anchors, I guess.
You're taking my pick. It's me, Corey's secret account. Well, not very secret now, is it? You gave that away quickly. Is that Kevin Durant and his burners on Twitter?
I will say you won't be great if you're a ninja, Corey.
I'm here. No, I'm not. Yes, I am.
It's me, I'm the spy. Hello.
Hey.
There's a mole in the preset. It's me!
Here's a shower thought for you. If you're the most famous spy in the world, you're not a very good spy.
Yeah. Bit of blue flag action. Not a great spot to get blue flag, to be honest. It's can be quite daunting, as we said. Oh, little thing, that was a mistake there.
He daunted quite too much there.
So Gibbons is now back on the rear of Frost.
Franco, there's no such thing as professionalism in this box.
We should lower it even further. Jump in, Franco.
Ooh, burn!
I think he'll agree with me. Looks like... Oh, I feel sorry for Ben Floyd and Corey Sweet. Every, fifth lap they must skip because they're 6 laps down. Is this an interesting strategy? 76 Ridgeback?
Just falling behind.
Oh, no, that's wide, deep.
Who is that? Is that Baldwin in the...
Yep, we just went a bit too deep there last corner. Oh, come on, mouse. The mouse has left me.
What, where'd it go?
I don't know, I can't see it on my screen. There it is. Battle's probably over. I could handle more. I think Alex is going to go to bed soon.
Yeah, I've got to be up a bit early in the morning, so I'll be out of here soonish, I'd assume. Judging by the time at the moment, most likely. But it's been great to be able to commentate an ACC race for once. It's not something I normally do. I'm usually on comms for some of the F1 races in the F1 series.
It's a different ball game.
Yeah.
When is the release date for F1 2021?
Well, F1 2021 comes out next week.
Next week.
Yeah, it's the 13th for Deluxe Edition and 16th for Standard. So pretty much the Sunday after Paul Ricard, I will just be playing F1 2021 and F1 2021 only. And also, Franco, thank you for telling me that it's going to be -2 tomorrow. It was -2 today. Or race suffered enough, but anyways, I can suffer more.
You guys give Tassie shit. It's a balmy 2 degrees at the moment, right?
Well, what is -2? Is that...
Celsius.
We don't understand.
Yeah, you wouldn't over there. What temperature is it there?
At the moment, it's 6:30 p.m. and it's about 30 degrees outside.
Oh, you okay? Are you going to be alright?
That's why we have air cons.
It's currently 5.2 degrees outside. It's meant to get to a low of 1 degree here. And judging by what Franco said, -2 in Arrow, which is always fun.
Definitely sounds like a you problem.
It is a me problem. You're right.
Yeah, I don't handle the cold well, so I think the coldest it's been in Thailand since we've lived here, where we live specifically on the island, is about 23.
Jeez, you must freeze over there.
Yeah,
G'day, Franco.
that's
Well, looking at the weather now, it's 2 degrees where I am. This says 1 actually.
that's lovely.
It'll be -1 overnight. Honestly though, this winter hasn't been as bad.
Yeah, it hasn't been horrible. I mean, it has been a bit wet, but for the most part, it's been warmer than most winters.
Spaghetti to pits for the second time, or their team does at least. Yeah, so chat, what temperature it is where you are at the moment? Love when I was doing some North American broadcasting and they were telling me it's like -40 degrees Celsius.
Oh, that's lovely.
It's Edmonton, maybe.
Most likely.
No thanks.
Or in like the Yukon Valley or something. I don't know.
Drive through for ignoring blue flags. Gotta be good, gotta be aware. Gotta pay
Cards
attention.
111 again. That's the second drive through they've picked up this race, I believe.
So we've got 27 degrees in McFriday's room, 3 where Rusty is, 8 in Melbourne. I'm near JP, so it's 30.
How near? Should I be looking out the window or?
Yeah, just a couple of houses down. 22 degrees here in the UK. 19 on my desk. And 16.
I've got 18 degrees on my heater.
I've got 22 on mine.
I don't have a very large room, so I might actually turn mine off now. Just so I can stuff off.
Did someone else join the...
There is another person in, but I'm not sure who
Yeah.
it is.
It's
That's Franco.
I believe
Is he going to
it's
speak?
Franco.
Do you have to say his name 4 times quickly to activate him, or?
No, I was going to wait for Alex to... If Alex was going to jump out, I was going to jump in, but seeing as you're wondering what's going on, hello everyone.
Oh, we just wanted to say hello. We dismissed you already.
Yeah, that's alright. I thought people would be had enough of me, as I'm usually around for these Enduros, so I thought I'd give the new team a bit of a run. Nice to see it really hasn't changed that much out at the front, but Keita's still killing it as far as their team goes for winning the race.
Yeah, it's nice of them to get a reserve driver in too to help them out today. Some guy called Andy O'Hara.
Well, you know,
9. Ooh, cars around. I'll find that out. Oh no, he's been in the wars. The great man, Patrick Oliver.
Not again.
Not the type of debut you want to see, really.
No.
Yeah, it's been a very tough debut for Patrick Oliver. He's going to need to take this into his next debut performance.
He'll, won't miss this track. They were doing so well as a team. Qualifying wise, pace wise. Is it Madison that's going past now? It sure is. P2. I'll try and find out what happened.
Regan Herbert in 3rd at the moment. Good performance from their team.
That's massive. Where did they start?
They started way down like 14th, I'm pretty sure. So that's massive performance from them.
Stratford in New Zealand. That just sounds cold. Oh, that's close down the mountain. That's a blue flag car. Just got to be patient. One more corner, then you have a huge big straight to get past. And he does it.
So a couple of weeks ago, somebody being impatient through that section of the track, trying to get through the blue flag. So you basically, as soon as you catch up to him to Skyline, you're basically waiting until Forest Elbow before you can start making a run. There's literally nowhere to safely let a car through if you're a back marker.
Yeah.
It feels horrible to feel like you're holding somebody up, but there's really only one line through the top of the mountain down to the bottom. So well waited from Herbert, waiting for the opportunity at the right time.
I don't mind that livery either. Just quietly.
Yeah, it's fairly nice livery actually. The combination isn't too bad. Yeah, I should probably be getting some sleep, so I will leave you to it. Thanks for having me tonight.
Thanks for joining us, mate. It's always a pleasure.
Cheers, Alex.
I'll catch you around and I'll
Have a good sleep.
yeah,
And we'll talk to you soon.
will do. See yous.
See you, mate.
Yeah.
Alright, where did I see that? So we've got quite a few debutant teams racing in the final round. With, one team couldn't make it tonight, but we've got Worn Tire Tribe, Lick the Stamp, Off-Road Racing, JCK Racing and Social Anxiety. Social Anxiety team has been the one with the massive amount of issues tonight. They're 13 laps down, so a lot of technical issues. And Tom Malone who's one of our debutants tonight, has sped in the pits. One way to get that off the bucket list. I'm just going to try and find out what happened to Oliver. Are you racing a Paul Ricard, Frank?
I have been drafted. There's been somebody who was missing a driver and exhausted every single other opportunity. And I think they've asked literally everybody else, and my name was at the bottom of the list, and they reluctantly offered me a seat. So I will be tooling around. Must say, sorry, what was that?
In the GT4 or GT3?
In the GT4, in the Camaro, which
Nice.
I'm finding is a bit on the understeery side. And by that, I mean it's like trying to steer the QE2.
The Costa Concordia.
Yeah.
Patrick Oliver.
Concordia now, let alone when it was running.
Look at this.
Oh, just see the back end loop on Oliver. He's done well to keep it out of the wall, as that is a very fast part of the circuit. He
Yes.
managed to just avoid contact with the wall, so hopefully no damage for him, but obviously a bit of time lost there.
Phillips read that very well in the Bentley behind as well. Reacted perfectly there.
Yeah, and with the undulation of the track there, you don't get a lot of time to see that happening in front of you too. So, as you mentioned, very well done by him to avoid contact there. Meanwhile, the race leader, I mean, you know, you stick Andy O'Hara in any car and he's going to be super competitive, let alone in the Just Yes car that's swept all before it in this series.
Yeah, what was the gaps there?
It's again Sean Madison and his team playing the bridesmaid.
There was car 96 for most of this race until they decided to make a couple of errors at the top of the mountain. One of them was just so unlucky. Car in front of them had already spun. Nowhere to go. So car 96 has recovered to 4th. Still a big chance to get in that podium. But IB Racing, the car 45, Pro-Am, P3. Great to see. I'm not even sure where they started. I don't think it was in the top 8. I could be wrong though, because there was such a dramas on the formation lap.
And I did see a bit at the start. There was a few starting from the pit lane, so
I'm going to suss it out now, to be honest.
opting not to click the pit button, click the drive button at the start.
Yeah, one of those cars was having technical issues joining the grid, so they were playing it safe. Quality result grid order. We'll find out what car is it? 45. 45 started in 12th position.
That's a good effort then.
That's fantastic. Who else is up there? Pickford, 71 car started 19th. They're currently 7th.
Pickford had a massive first stint. I think he was running E9 after the first stint already, so
That's
nice
awesome.
clean run in the first stint there.
What else we got here? It's 220 was 17th. They're up to 8th. Where did 130? 130 was 15th. So a few big movers and shakers there. Kingston, the leading AM cars, they started 26th, so they're up 8 spots. And obviously there's a few sad stories as well. Turn 2, lap 1, 179 car binned into the fence. So they're from 10th all the way down to 19th. A good recovery. This team started 3rd. They're already up 1 spot thanks to 96's misfortunes.
Yeah, it always happens here. There's just times where you're just not destined to win or hold your position. Something will happen and you'll have no opportunity to get around or avoid it. And the unfortunate story of this place.
Oh, it is. This team's been up and down today. Had a pretty good race. They started 23rd. They were up into the top 10. But was approaching the blue flag, and it wasn't really anyone's issue in front of them. They just got a little bit spooked and lost the rear slight tap of the wall, lost a couple of places. I still think this team is a big chance for the top 10. Shane Shuttleworth and Matt Frost.
There's still an hour and 10 to go, so still
Plenty-
plenty of time for
Mistakes.
anything to happen to mistakes from, as we almost see one there from Shuttleworth as the rear started to step out on him through the chase.
I don't enjoy driving the Lambo, but it does look amazing from the front. It looks so aggressive from the front.
Looks like a race car, doesn't it?
It looks fast just standing there.
What's your thoughts on the is it a concept still, that new Peugeot supercar?
The
Hypercar?
Le Mans hypercar thing they're thinking about running.
I know it's obviously very reliant on floor effects, but take away the rear wing issue and that. I think it looks cool. I think it looks cool.
I mean, it's definitely you know, the next sort of design for that style of car. I'm a bit concerned though. Le Mans is a very bumpy track, and if they're relying on ground effects for most of their downforce, they're going to have a bad time. I think we can all remember Mark Webber having a bit of a flying excursion. That was caused due to bumps affecting the aero, and that car had a wing. So interesting call, not going with some downforce from the top, but
maybe it's just one of the heaviest cars they've ever made. It's literally like 5 ton and it can't take off the ground.
yeah, maybe they're just doing something with the suspension so it sort of doesn't get affected by the bumps as much. But yeah, it'd be very interesting if they're not running external downforce and just relying solely on the underside of the car and ground effects to keep it stuck down.
Yeah, I do like the looks. Obviously, it's a work in progress. It wasn't an actual done-up car. It was all visual effects, but maybe Peugeot can enter a team into the GT3s one day. Do they have a GT type of car? Peugeot? They don't, do they?
Or 6 version, something like that, if they have a sports version of that. It's about the right size.
Yeah.
4.7 or whatever it is now.
Oh, no.
We don't
See a
get
move
Peugeot
here,
yet.
Shuttleworth going left and right. Again, obviously
Washington.
defending hard.
Washington in chat saying Herbert's had an incident.
Oh, no. We'll look at that soon.
Oh, these
This
two,
is...
they're going on with it up the mountain straight now. Shuttleworth, he's going to try and go around the long way. He's got the inside line. Can he hold on? Can Shuttleworth going to have a look at a bit of a cutback? No, nothing doing there. So very well defended by Nagant. Shuttleworth is all over the back of that Lamborghini though.
It's looking quite ominous. I'll try and find out what happens to the Herbert.
See how much Shuttleworth closed up under brakes in the skyline. He's obviously feeling like he can brake a lot later.
These guys have been in and around each other for the last hour and a half pretty much, so seem to be fairly equally matched both on pace and consistency.
Found one thing that's happened to Herbert. I don't know if it's the only standard spot just after Skyline though. Oh, you just see.
Oh, yep, bang. That's a fairly heavy impact. You can see the bonnet.
A few seconds worth of damage.
They're in the pits now, so they went out there and stayed out there for another lap to see how they recovered, but see the gap 5 seconds between themselves and Baldwin. The following lap that was already breached.
Right. Baldwin with another opportunity to potentially steal themselves onto the podium.
Just see what happened the second time around. Oh, it doesn't look settled, does it?
Definitely not doing what he wants it to there.
But they've pitted, so hopefully a good final stint. And see if they can push back onto that podium, which is 96 is now taken back. Lamborghini action though, still kicking off. Who's going to blink first? They've still got a pit stop to go. There's just an hour left. You think one of them would be pitting now, wouldn't you? No, actually, sorry, I'll take the back. I've jumped the gun there. Probably the next 15, 20 minutes.
Give your Shuttleworth, you're trying every opportunity to get the undercut done, because although he's trying to get past the Lamborghini in front, probably got half an eye on P16, which is missing, who's closed up best part of 2 seconds in the last lap or two. So the more these guys fight, the more they invite P16 into this.
Be interesting to see if Misson can make it to the end as well, because they finished their final pit stop quite a while ago.
Yeah, they did.
So I'm
It's
not
been a
sure if
huge
they're
stint.
going to be able to make it on the field.
Same with
Because eventually-
989.
Exactly, yeah. So I think Lai seems to be the highest placed people who's completed all their stops, and I think they did it in a more reasonable timeline.
You know what else I've noticed? 989's around. That's not Oliver again, is it?
Must be.
Yeah,
like
that is P. Oliver, and he's in a bad spot. He's better get that sorted. There's another car just coming through the cutting now.
Go.
Now he's got a
Flick
bit of a
it.
gap and he needs to
Flick
get
it.
it going. He's away.
Something else I've noticed is these guys did pit for damage, but they didn't change their tyres. They've still got another stop to go. So I don't think they had 2 stops remaining. I'm pretty sure they had 1.
Yep, I think they were on one.
So they haven't changed tyres. So maybe they did quick fix of the damage. Maybe that they didn't have the window for the max driver stint time. Maybe Herbert still had to do some more. So either way, they would have had to pit twice.
So that's definitely played into Baldwin. They're in the box seat now to hold on to that P3. These guys are starting to catch some more traffic. Does this give Shuttleworth an opportunity down Conrad? And trying to get as much tow as he could from that Nissan.
Alright, we saw what happened to Kangaroo Valley here, who's behind Oliver. He's just struggling with the rears. Like again, it just whips around.
Yeah, and again, and poor old mate behind. Nowhere to go but straight into the side of that Mercedes. Now Shuttleworth, is he going to have a look at a move into Hell Corner? He has been braking a lot later, but couldn't quite get it in front. Well defended.
Yeah, he's very cautious of the car on the outside there. The car behind is...
Lapped.
Yeah.
And it's one of the Hondas that might be Brooker.
First corner is such a hard corner to get an overtake done and get a good drive out of from the apex to get a good run down to turn 2. So it's a very hard overtake to actually effectively pull off.
Great battle. This is going to be a battle done in the pits, I think, between these 2 Lamborghinis.
It's been a tough but fair battle too. Haven't dinged each other. They've both been aware of one another as they're coming through the corners. As Shuttleworth gets a much better run up towards McPhillamy, has had to get out of it because there's not really anywhere to overtake as they head towards Skyline once again.
Shuttleworth also has the best delivery in the Don't let me.
It's
Oh.
very Miami Vice.
It is.
That's all I'll say.
It looks like a marshmallow. You gotta love it.
Well, here we go.
This is the opportunity. It's just a shame that they're both in identical machinery. It's just made it a little bit harder for Shuttleworth. Just potentially get a move done. So coming to the chase once again. This is where, if you are Shuttleworth, you start thinking about that undercut with an hour to go. Is he going to get the switch back down?
This has
the
happened
pit
last
straight?
couple of laps.
And this time he is in front. So as long as he can be the last of the late breakers, he's going to hold it.
Well done.
Yeah.
Very patient.
Yeah,
Very
very well
patient.
done.
Awesome racing, from both of those gentlemen.
Yeah, Andy just got a little bit unsettled into Hell Corner, seeing Shuttleworth pulled in front, and just not too much of a moment, but just enough to allow Shuttleworth to steal a couple of meters. Now, what can Shuttleworth do? Can he drive away, or will Andy be able to fire back at some stage?
Just a couple of previous laps. The last corner was Andy's crux, really. That's where Shuttleworth was gaining a lot of time, but just up the top of the mountain, there was a couple of dabs of the brakes in unusual spots here for Andy. Maybe pushing too hard. Hope he doesn't push too hard to try and get that place back, because you end up in the wall quicker than you can press the brake pedal.
Yeah, so he's having to correct the steering a little bit. I wonder if the tyres are just starting to go off a bit. They haven't quite got their edge.
It was great.
Meanwhile,
through
Misson
here.
has closed this gap up to 1.1 now. So he's not far away from joining these guys.
Just shows you how much time we lose defending.
Patrick
So-
Oliver's day has
Oh.
gone from bad to worse with a 15-second penalty for speeding in the pit lane.
Oh no. Oh, someone get that man a hug.
This is...
There's Misson now.
There's Misson now. Johnny on the spot. He's going to get the move done. So even if he does have to pit again, which he may have to do, they're still going to be in the hunt with these guys, because they're all going to be pitting at about the same time. So
Yep.
still a chance for P sort of 14, 13, as Britt's now into the pits for his final stop.
Also, a thank you to Volcanic for the subscribe, and a note again, like and subscribe if you're watching, you're enjoying it, as it hasn't been said in a couple of hours.
Thanks, Volcanic. Volcanic's looking to get involved in our rookie series in ACC, so great to have you about. What else have I seen? G'day, Pat.
Patrick has just joined the chat.
For old Pat, he's had a night.
We'll send you a virtual hug, but I don't think you want to be touched after all the walls you've touched, but still.
Tell you what, he's going to be punching some walls after what's happened to him tonight.
Yeah, we need to do some fun nights again, Pat. Maybe even after this, we just do some fun stuff on AMS or something. Nah, you're not shit, Pat. You just had some bad luck, mate. Just some of these nights happen. You've got plenty of ability, buddy. Don't be too hard on yourself.
Tell you what, Misson on those potentially fresher tyres, he's pushing his way up to Shuttleworth as well now. So that Bentley's got a bit of pace
Jesus Christ.
as Mullock lines us for a minute. Here's the view. Shuttleworth has dropped and in again. Pretty comfortably at the moment, but now his main challenge is coming from Misson. And we do know how strong that Bentley can be over the top of the mountain too.
It appears the Lambo isn't particularly strong on the straight. I'm not sure how fast it's going, but I know the Bentley isn't the biggest weapon down the straight, and the overtake on Ngan was very easy for Misson. So I think Shuttleworth's going to have a hard time defending this for too long.
Oh, you can just see it just close into that last 50 to 100 metres for the break zone. We will watch it on the straight, on the speedo, and see what type of top speeds the Lamborghini can get. It might be compromised here, but I think by the time we get to the end of Conrod, this Bentley's going to be in front anyway.
Yeah, he's just got to not get caught out, because you do lose a little bit of aero from the car in front. You need every little bit of it as they start to make their way up towards the top of the mountain.
One of the worst best bits of track. Yeah, anywhere really.
Oh, there's an incident at Conrod. Whoa! There's an incident ahead. That was massive contact. That hurt my face.
Bo Morris, he's done well not to impact anyone there, because there was a fair bit of traffic around him. One thing I will say, even video games TV does not do the justice on how steep those drops are from the top of the mountain. If you're ever in the Bathurst area on a non-race weekend, I highly recommend you go drive the circuit, and you just get an appreciation on how, not only how narrow, but how actually steep those drops are. They look not as bad as what they do in video games and on TV, but in an actual road car, as
Got to see one of the biggest crashes I've seen for a while. This is the battle for 11th position. Lay versus Zuami. I think that's how you say it. I'm not sure what...
Oh, that was never going to work. Onto the grass and then back
into the kitty litter, and they're going to be making sandcastles whilst cursing each other.
Yeah, they're not going to be the best of friends at the moment.
It's one for the stewards to really look at. Was there a gap there to make the pass on the outside? Was there space left if there was? That's all what the stewards will look at. Either way, it's resulted in both cars ending up in the sand pit.
It's just going to be a case of who gets more of a penalty rather than who gets penalised, because they've both lost out there.
Yeah. Ouchies. Oh, so close at the moment.
Malak, one question about the Endurance Series. How
Yes.
long will the break be between seasons?
Not long. Not long. I'd imagine we'd start the next one next month.
Fantastic.
Yeah, you're definitely right, Franco. The game doesn't do it justice, those drop-offs. It's staggering. It's like stepping off an actual step.
Yeah, the dipper down. It's called that for a reason. It's mental. No, pardon me. How much the road drops away as these guys are doing, 150 plus.
Lamborghini 281 for the Lamborghini. Bit more than I thought, actually, to be honest.
Yeah, it sounds higher than I thought, because the Bentley was only getting 283 in the tow.
Shuttleworth and that pretty stripped off a few body parts.
No, you don't need mirrors. You can get rid of them for a start.
Get rid of the indicators if you drive a BMW.
Bigford running in 4th now. They've had a... As some
That's
people put it,
huge. That's amazing.
Duong is pitted, but I don't think they were ahead of Bigford and them, and Mia Rose's team is pitted. It'll be interesting to see how it plays out now at the last stops.
Oh.
That's risky.
Oh, a little touch of the fence.
Yeah, just got forced wide there, and you're out on the marbles, and there's no grip out there.
No Volcanic, we have the Wish version. It's called Jake Baldwin. It's not James Baldwin.
Yeah, he's the more talented, nicer, handsome version of Baldwin. Is Jake Baldwin. We've also got James. Sorry, Jake and James. You guys can fight that out. Who's better?
It's okay, Jake's in the car, I didn't hear that. And
Wait to see their sister, Jess. She's a weapon. As my dog comes in and says hello.
Yeah. Shout outs to Max.
I thought he'd be sleeping. I took him for a big walk today. The
my
old
dog
boy.
only came in when I was having pizza, so now he's left again.
They know.
He
They
knows.
know.
He won't
So
bark
just
when
in-
somebody breaks in, but he'll react when you open a pizza.
Just in the background, this I'm assuming is the race leader. So
What? Oh,
that was very well held there from the Bentley. Oh, as the Lambo gets out of shape, thought was going to get run into the back there as they lost some speed on the exit. Somehow, they're both pointed forwards, but now they've got the race leader and blue flags to worry about.
Oh, it's an awkward spot here for the race leader. They just
Yeah,
wait till the straight and then let them sort it out. You might get 2 and 1.
yeah. I think if you're the race leader, you have to sit back. You've got a comfortable enough lead. You've got to know these guys are having a fight at the moment.
This is pretty. Oh, no! This ain't
And
ending well.
And like when you're at the pub and you're seeing 2 blokes go at it, you don't want to get involved.
Just let them in. At least let them get the first couple in and just join in and finish it off. Okay, you've done enough, Daryl. Leave Shane
That's it.
alone.
Wait till security comes in, then make it look like you want to have a fight.
Oh, she's got past 1. Is it Andy or is it?
I think so. Filippo was in chat earlier, so
Yeah,
I know
it's
she's
Andy.
very talented.
Yeah,
but
it
I
is-
think even
it is
her-
Andy. I'll tell you what, Misson is doing remarkably well. He's got past the 2 Lambos now, up into P13. Does have a fair old gap though to P12 though.
I'm still fascinated to see if they can make it all the way to the end. Because that'll be an absolute monster finals then.
Thank you very much, Pat. Appreciate your donation of $5. Legend. Does my dog races as well? He does. It's just
He races in our hearts.
he does. Like, look, if there was cheese at the end, he'd be the fastest on track. If there was cheese in the mix,
Oh, sorry, Mark, missing
That's fine,
missing
mate.
the absolute break point there. I think he was worried about the race leader coming through.
some say he was missing the apex.
Exactly, missing break points, missing break markers.
That is a great name.
Now he's going to have his hands full of Shuttleworth coming back at him.
So Malak, does Maxi race at Donington Park? Or Alton Park?
Oh, look, I have to go yes now. That's great.
So hopefully that's not a sign that Misson's tyres are starting to go off and just got a little distracted with the race leader coming through.
Well, the brake markers were taken out quite a few laps ago, so I think getting that braking consistent there into the chase is quite tricky at the moment.
It's why you really got to practice it without the markers there, because if you rely on a brake marker that can be destroyed or moved, it's a recipe for disaster.
We've got just about 45 minutes to go. So that final pit window is well and truly open. We've got Nichols in front of Mizzen. Oh, I think Mizzen's going to have to pit again. It's been a big stint. I'd be shocked if they get to the end. What do you guys reckon?
I can't see, because he's been out on track for about 30 minutes already.
Yeah, we'd have to know when they actually pitted. Do you think anything more than with an hour and 10 to go, they won't be making it?
Yeah, they would definitely finish their pit stops before that time sort of cut off. So
yeah, but the other guys, Shuttleworth, and again they still have to finish their last one, so you can still cover them off and potentially hold on. More likes of guys like Duong, who's finished their pit stops. He'll probably end up coming through. Nichols is on some fresh rubber as well, so don't know that Nissan will be able to launch an attack on him anytime soon.
On that topic of cheese for dogs are naturally lactose intolerant, and so any type of dairy isn't great. But it's more like the big doses of anything. Obviously, the bigger the dog, the probably more they can tolerate. So with Max, for example, he's a golden retriever. He's about 32 kilos. That's what I taught him to. All his training as a puppy. Look, I'm talking like a millimetre pieces of cheese, the smallest bits, and that's how I trained him. So anytime he smells cheese now, he assumes he just froths for it. I could open a packet of cheese 3 rooms away, and he'd run in. But yet sometimes I could get home, open the front door, slam it. He's still in his bed, doesn't move. A good thing for dogs, onions. They love onions and chocolate.
Should have trained him with pineapple mullet. Just putting that out there.
That's just mean. Oh, by the way, don't feed your dog onions or chocolate. That was a joke.
please,
Please no.
this is not a medical show. Please do not take any medical advice from me.
Yeah.
And grapes. Grapes
I
are good.
feel like we need to have a disclaimer running
Look,
across the bottom at the moment.
Grapes
We are
aren't
not
problem.
veterinary
It's not a
professionals.
problem.
If I wasn't doing what I was doing, I'd be a dog trainer, honestly. But that was a joke. Fuck.
That'll cost a lot of cheese if you became a dog trainer, mate.
Yep.
Yeah, I have a 70-kilo Rottweiler, and he absolutely loves ice cream.
Yep.
Any form of ice cream. He goes
It's
mad
awesome.
for it.
70-kilo rot. Is that for defensive purposes?
No, he's the most useless dog you've ever seen in your life. He's just there for cuddle. He's just there for cuddles and company.
Yeah, I've got a cousin that's got a bulldog, not a British bulldog, like more Australian type. That's close to that. And they're just big balls of muscles, and you can't stop them.
Yeah, he's a big, strong boy, but I think if anybody breaks into my house, you'll just show them where the expensive shit is, basically.
Yeah. Give me
Come in.
Give me a piece of meat, and I'll show you where all the expensive
Exactly.
stuff is.
Not that TV. That's the old TV. The other one,
Yeah.
the best one is he's a goofball. But yeah, gotta love him.
A good trick I always do with my golden retriever is, if he's not eating his food or he's not drinking his water, normally he's fine. He's a golden retriever. He'd eat anything. Or he's just off the food we're giving him, whether it's his biscuits or whatever. I trick him with milk. So when he was a puppy, he'd have some puppy milk, so he loves it. But you wean it down and you water it down. So say you have a big huge bowl of water. I can literally put 2 drops in it, and he'll assume the whole thing's milk and scull it. And I do that with his food. It's not bad for him because it's only a tiny, tiny, tiny drop of milk. But yeah, he gets all his water that way. And I actually put water through his feed because he's also a muppet, and when he was younger, he burned his esophagus eating a sausage pretty much straight off a grill.
Yeah.
But yeah, I guess golden retriever life, if you don't tie it down, they'll eat it.
Yeah.
Speaking
Yeah,
of,
luckily.
Ryan Duong is looking to eat up Shuttleworth here. He's on fresh boot. Shuttleworth's still got to complete his last pit stop. As he goes in, I think Shuttleworth realises he's not going to be able to fight Duong for much longer. So we should start to see the last of the pit stops, especially from the pointy end of the field. Start coming in very shortly. Hunter with the old fake out. He's got Young behind him, battling over P4.
Yeah,
Hunter
Hunter's going
with
to
the
have
15 seconds.
he's going to have 15 seconds added to his pit stop as we have a car at the top of the mountain spun around. That's car 959. You know who that is?
Not again.
That's Misson's team.
No, 9. 59 is Lewis, yeah?
Lewis is in the car at the moment, so unless they've just completed another pit stop.
So they must have done another stop then, yeah.
He's just out of the pits. He's ready to go, and he's made a mistake, perhaps. That would be
Yeah,
purely
maybe.
speculating, but we will watch the replay.
Wonder if it's cold tyres, cold brakes, or it's been out of the car a little bit too long. Meanwhile, this battle. Will Young look for the undercut, get into the pits first? Knows that Hunter's got to serve 15 seconds, well, his team's got to serve 15 seconds in the pits when they come in. So they'll be comfortably in front, but you probably want to try and tack on as much bonus with the undercut as you can as well. So I'll be coming in very shortly with 40 minutes to go.
So Jake back in chat after his eventful stint. So probably hoping Washington can close back up to the top 3 then.
Well, if anyone can do it, Jezza can. He is not a slow man by any means. He's got 9.2 seconds, but a couple of those guys in front of him have still yet to pit, so Jeremy with every chance of landing in the lower part of the top 3 or 4. Yeah, net saying P3. If they can hold on, let's see if somebody comes in now. And it's going to be Hunter in the McLaren. So you get the feeling Young's got to have to come in shortly to cover this off. He doesn't want to give Hunter too much opportunity to make up that 15 seconds.
I need a quieter keyboard.
Just put a silencer on it, Malik.
There you go.
If you pour water on it, it'll sit below the keys and it won't make a clicking noise.
That's sad stories. I did that to one of my my K70 keyboard. I spilled half an iced coffee on it for the first time ever, and needless to say, it is now a quiet keyboard because it's not being used. Because when you press the L button, it registers 6 times.
Follow me for more tips.
Follow me for WhatsApp tips. Are they doing different driver stints tonight? Yes, they are. So it's up to the teams. You got max driver time of 110 minutes, and you got 3 mandatory stops. Whatever you can make work out in between all that, it's totally up to the teams.
Yeah. So it's a bit like the old days of the Le Mans 24 hours, where you'd have teams, one dude would drive 23 hours, and then his son would drive for 1 hour while he goes have a piss break and a meal, and then drive the remainder of the race. So if you wanted to drive all 2.5 hours of it, how about it? There's this battle. This is Duong on Johnson and Lai in the background as well. So this is going to be a 3-way scrap. Johnson with 15 seconds will get tacked on post-race, so he's going to have to hope that something happens to the 2 guys behind.
I think they both the Bentleys just overtook Lai, if I'm not mistaken. Because that's how it seemed out of Forest Elbow.
Very much so.
So Hunter's teammate is Jones, right? So they've come out in 8th after that pit stop.
Correct. Okay, let's check and watch this replay back. So yeah, Malay was in front of the Johnson and Duong just after Skyline. I'm not sure if they've made a mistake at some stage. If it's I thought the Audi's pretty good. Quick in a straight line, Conrad.
I'm gonna guess Forest Elbow claimed another victim.
Yeah. Understeer of the wall. Just the Bentley's got a massive exit.
Just beating all ends up.
feel absolutely robbed. Double boat action. Overtaken by 2 boats.
Yeah, did nothing wrong, did lie, but those Bentleys just had amazing exits on the Conrod, and not a lot you can do about it.
Oh,
As we see
just
a big
no.
lose there, and I think we
Bentley
just
on
saw the one in
Bentley
front
violence.
spin as well.
I think Duong hit him. If I have to make a quick snap judgment.
Yeah, it's going to need a replay, but it looked like one Bentley was not going to pull up in time, as we see another one pulling into the pits.
Let's Pickford into the pits.
But yeah, that's going to need a bit of a replay. As
That's
two
why.
ships sailed right into the kitty litter.
You can see Lay's got a lot of damage in the front of that car. I don't think that was last lap. That must have been why it was so down on the straights. I don't remember seeing that though. Oh no. Anyway.
Volcanic, no. You can drive with the keyboard if you want to. Wouldn't recommend it, but you can use whatever you want.
Yeah, drive with your feet if you like, if you're quick enough. Use the DDR pad.
You can use a Dance Dance Revolution mat if you want. It's fine.
Yep.
Guitar Hero guitar.
I think Timmy Broadbent's done a few of those, a few dirt rallies with the old Guitar Hero. Now, so watch here. A little bit of movement from the yellow Bentley in front. That's Johnson, I feel. So, yeah,
you can't be doing that.
Yeah, that's going to be looked at.
Came
So,
over.
yeah,
Can't come back over in the braking zone. That's what are you meant to do as a car behind? You can't react to that. It just looked really weird. I'm not sure they unsettled the car a bit, but the stewards will be onto it.
Be interesting to know, and not as we see, Johnson now has given the spot up. Did the Bentley behind miss the break point though, because it was coming in at a rate of knots?
Yeah, I think he carried quite a lot of speed into the braking zone.
Yeah, I mean, not to say that he wasn't impeded by the car coming back across, but I think there was 2 errors there, but I don't know whether or not they cancel each other out, or if one was more egregious than the other.
The error that he's made, if he's gone late into the braking zone, it's up to him to pull the car up. He's taken that chance of him making that mistake already. It's like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like,
well, the stewards will have the.
Oh, for sure. They'll have all the telemetry and
and they'll know
money.
probably more than us. But it just seemed like that second Bentley was carrying a ton of speed into the chase. So anyway, back out on track. Not a lot. I don't think there was going to be a lot of damage from that. Just mainly time loss.
Just time, yeah.
As Sam Reck now is onto the back of Lewis.
Just 3 yet to pit. A race leader. Staying out there. We've got Michael
Him and
Young.
Philip are just having a nice boring Saturday afternoon drive across the mountain.
That they are. They'd be pushing hard too. I know they're practicing for another event as well. But O'Hara, as we know, is great around here. So is Paquito. O'Hara's got the lap of the gods.
And he's got enough time to do a bit of the tour of the museum. It's just on your
As he pits.
right as you come down here. And he's going into the pits. Might get a coffee. Might do his taxes because it's tax time.
Do his taxes. You can do my taxes while he's in there. Actually, that could be a business opportunity there for Just Yes. Just tax.
Yeah, exactly. They need to, look, I'm going to claim all rights and everything to that. They're going to have to give me a cut if they're going to open up their own tax business in the pit lane.
I honestly don't think it's boring for them. Like, they would be ones that do a lot of hot lapping as well, and that is boring as batshit. But they obviously do it, and do it for this very good reason, just to perfect a couple of things. Oh, it's a bit deep.
To be fair, there's no such thing as a boring lap around Bathurst.
No, you're always on the edge.
It's not boring when you win. Nobody's asking Lewis Hamilton, did he feel bored winning all those championships in a row? He loved it. Yeah, but
You know what would be boring? Doing a 24-hour race by yourself.
I mean, that's unless you're doing it for charity. Like, there's a few drivers that have done that. You know, just done practice sessions that last over multiple days. Been a few of those, and there's a couple of guys that do the iRacing events, and they obviously don't get a finishing position because they get disqualified, but they do the entire race by themselves, and I think that's fairly noble and absolutely crazy if you think you can drive a 24-hour race by yourself. It's only the time in your pit stops to get a stretch and a break and anything else.
I just wouldn't enjoy it after 3 hours.
Yeah, I mean, I enjoy driving and racing as much as the next person, but that's a long time to be driving on, especially on if you do that on a track like this. I mean, you just hate your life.
Yeah. I mean, it depends on things like, you know, how stiff do you have your brake pedals, and my biggest concern is, you know, cramping and DBT and all that, sitting and doing it for that long.
Can't be healthy for you.
I can't, yeah.
It couldn't be.
Seen a lot of...
Especially when you get DQ'd after 23 hours and 59 minutes.
I mean, if you're doing it for charity,
Yeah,
you know, fair enough.
obviously.
It's not about, you know, where you finish. It's see a bit of a mess of traffic here for Vecchio to come across. He's going to have to be careful picking his way through the next few cars. There are some battles going on here as well.
Malak Pat is asking about the next endurance season. Will pro teams be a thing? 2 pro drivers?
Sorry, 666 car just nearly ended up in Victoria.
No, it would get through the border.
It's yeah, true. It's hard to say right now. It's not an easy feat because the way the series is run. Okay, say for example we've got SRO who have qualifying for these events, and basically it's the best of the best, and you've got to do your best performance in qualifying to make the event. We're trying to make these events that you can still participate even if you're not the top dog, but then deciding what classes you're in based off little data. It's going to come down to who's got the best Pro-Am teammate who will win that series. That's what it'll come down to, and a lot of people will tank stats to try and get into that window, and because it's always an evolving thing and so many new drivers per season. How do we classify people the next split down accurately? We can do it with a pro, we can have a certain cutoff time, but that's always situational and track dependent and car dependent. Like, it's not, there's no perfect system to be able to work out what a Pro-Am driver is.
So we look at a draft.
We could, but
we
who
nominate, you know, half the drivers as the lead driver, which I think, you know, going into another season of Enduros, we probably could determine the top drivers going around, and, you know, we look at giving each pro driver a choice of what co-driver they get.
possibly, but in saying that, you've also got a lot of teams and people in particular that are a bit more of introverts and only feel comfortable with a certain amount of people racing with them, and we don't want to kind of take away the opportunity for those people to participate because they might get stuck with someone that maybe they don't feel comfortable in a car with, or they feel a bit awkward around. Like, it's very It's very difficult. There's a lot of moving parts in the background, and we want to try and let as many join or have the opportunity to join while still keeping it fair. And Bakita's and Houlihan's team this year, the 930 car, they've done exactly what they're meant to do. Like, you sign up a team, you do your best to try and win, and they've obviously dominated because they're very good. Yes, we'd like to have a bit more balance across the teams, but we still, it's just weighing up that enjoyment factor, the fun factor with the competitiveness, because, well, there's no prizes on offer. So yeah, I'm still trying to work out the best way to do it. I'll figure it out. We'll come up with some ideas. Pro-am teams is something that I've considered, but it's tricky because
I understand. Yeah, go ahead.
To be fair, looking at the field, it's a fairly competitive field overall, spread out. Like, I mean, there's been a lot of people with incidents today, etc. But apart from Bukita, O'Hara, and Houlihan, who are all freaking class drivers, they're the only, and I mean, Baldwin and Washington were matching them before they had some incidents, but they're the only team that really stands out as like a proper alien team, whereas there's quite a few teams going after that are very close and competitive, and most likely track dependent and how well the car does at certain tracks.
Yeah, I agree.
Ebbing and flowing.
I just don't want Bukita, O'Hara, and Houlihan as a team to feel targeted because they're being good and they're punished for being good. But yeah, I'm sure they understand that, well, they've won every race in this endurance series. And, yep, well done. That's what you aimed for, but I'm sure they want to have a bit more fun with it too. And I remember Andy's been great in the sprint series. Like I said, some seasons, well, what car would you like to drive? And I've just put him in one. Like, he hasn't chosen his top one. I don't think he's got his top car yet, but he hasn't won. He just jumps in the car, he works it out, and he works with the teams. And Bakita's very similar. Bakita's a little bit more quieter on that regard. So yeah, there's such a great community, great bunch of people. We will work out a better way to do it. As 245's yellowed at the last corner. That's so Samwise or someone, maybe Art Samwise in the car.
Just a quick note on that little incident between the two Bentley. I saw Carl Johnson got a 5-second penalty. Yep. So stewards obviously deemed him to be at fault, which I think was the consensus anyway. And Pickford in chat with his teammate Baggerman's in 6th after starting 19th, which is a pretty good effort, I might say.
Yep. So yeah, touching on that, Pat, I can't confirm yet. We'll work some things out. We just want it to be as competitive and as fun as it can be. We don't know what tracks we want to do yet. It's obviously complemented the special events that we've been doing, but we're always going to double up somewhere.
I thought the next season there's just 6 rounds of
that. I've unplugged my fucking mic. But probably the only thing we might change is you will probably need to be a little bit more competitive across a more consistent basis. We don't care about mistakes you make during the race in terms of having a bad race, but in general, your pace and your racecraft has got to be right on the nose.
So do you actually use the site that gives you the proper, I can't remember the name of the site, but the results are tabulated, but where it gives you the what do you call it, the consistency per lap and stuff like that, do you actually use that to determine class classifications? Or?
Oh, not normally. Normally it's very hands-on, individually looking at them, performance-based. Like in the past, we've had a lot of drivers that I've found that are at a level where they could be pro, but inside themselves they don't feel confident to do it, and they get promoted, and most of them are fine, but some of them are still, they're still pretty raw. They just got the natural raw pace that they're not quite consistent with. There's no like perfect system, because even the game, like safety rating in this game is pretty much pointless. What does it mean? Like,
once it gets to 99, it's fairly difficult to actually drop down from that.
Yeah, and even then, if you're having a fun race and just stuffing about, I've seen people with it. No offence to anyone, but they're not 99 safety rating. Not even close, but they've got 99 safety rating. And some of them have hung their hat on that. Like, I got 99 rating. I'm like, yeah, but I've seen you involved in 3 or 4 incidents of race.
Yeah, Glenn Jones just picking up 15 seconds as well, so that's P13. That's going to hurt them as they try and hold back Sam Reck. We'll wait for the update time, see how far away Sam is.
What
Yes.
happens if your driver then runs over? That's a 130-second penalty.
Yeah,
isn't
it's technically a drive-through. It should honestly be a DQ because it's outside the format. But I think the game will give you 130. Either way, it's not going. You're not going to win a race if you do it.
And here's a man who I haven't sledged at all tonight, Scope Blair. He tried to get past Lewis. See if he can do it in the Aston.
Well, Scout has done a great job of him and.
Just a bit of bit of a drift out of Skyline. So he's pushing absolutely hard as he can.
It's good
I just wanted to
recovery.
say they've done a great job recovering from a first lap murder.
Oh, agreed.
Get back up to 16.
They were dead last after 3 corners.
Well, he deserved it, whatever it was. I don't know what happened or.
That's an ongoing joke between those two, chat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, they don't read much into it.
Scout stole his Legos.
Yeah.
Oh,
He gave him
you
back
don't
to
do
me
that.
he gave him back to me with teeth marks on him. It's never the same.
Yeah,
You can mess with many things, but not a man's Legos.
exactly. Exactly.
It's
Go, Pat. Go get him.
Scout closes up through the cutting. They make their way towards Reed. What can he do? Obviously, as Makita puts in the fastest lap.
Finally got
Don't
one
mind.
into the 2 minutes.
Took them long enough. I mean, that's embarrassing, really.
I mean, Scout's got the pace right here as he completely crosses it up and almost plonks it into the barrier.
Whoa.
Oh, there's
Oh,
a
That's
car
43.
park.
Sweet and Chris. Oh no. Okay.
Oh, that's the worst thing you ever want to see. There's 2 cars parked angular at that section of track. And both of those guys did very well. Yeah, did anyone, as a kid, you get the 2 Lego bits that you cannot separate by normal means, and you'd always have teeth marks in them trying to pull them apart.
Yep.
Yeah.
Now for the modern day kids, they make a little tool that can. Be
Yeah, the kids have got it too easy.
Yeah, exactly.
I own, I think, 12 or 14 Lego cars. I love my Lego. I'm such a big baby.
I have a Beetle and a little camper, Volkswagen camper bus as well.
Nice.
I'm.
Oh, no.
Oh, there's more death. Oh no, this is. That's a bad
Oh.
rejoin.
Not a fantastic rejoin there.
Yeah, that's a paddle.
Corey's they just continues going slightly downhill.
That says before we watch that murder, Scout having a look. I obviously have to go out and get the Mustang Lego.
Yeah, you love it. Did you get that orange one? Is there an orange Technic?
No, it's a blue one. It's a 65 or 66. They don't make it 2020, which I would be all over if they had it.
Is it the normal Lego or the Technic one?
I'm not sure.
I've
I've
got-
been out of Lego game too long to know. I mean, I do know what Lego Technic is because
Oh, mate,
I had a
it's
couple
great.
of sets as a kid.
Well, I bought my brother to cut the 1199 Lego set for his birthday, and he got about halfway through the engine and just stopped. So, because it's so technical, especially those Technic ones. When you build the engine, you build all the parts that you're never going to see.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's, it's quite
I think
frustrating.
the Ducati has like a fully functioning motor in it, like pistons and everything move. So
I've got 3 Technics, guys. I've got the Porsche 911, Ferrari 488, and I've got a smaller one, which is McLaren. But yeah, the pistons move, the steering moves, the suspension actually goes up and down. It's very cool. I've never had a Technic until about 3 months ago. I was like, oh, I just love Lego. And then I got one. I'm like, this is, besides being pretty hard to put together, it's so much fun.
I have a funny car Technic as well that has the same thing. It has an 8-cylinder engine that you have to build the whole thing, and the pistons move and everything.
Yeah, and you don't see it really at all. It's just on the shelf.
Yeah.
yeah,
So can somebody in chat just give Diaboles
Diaboles, you good, mate? You right, buddy? Blink if you're under duress. You better not see message retracted, because we've all seen it.
Diaboles.
Makes me question, is it fucking Friday?
Is it Friday? Well, I mean,
It's
it might
Friday
be still
then.
somewhere.
It is somewhere.
It may be still somewhere.
Diaboles isn't in Australia.
Yeah.
Diaboles, you've been lying to
Or
us.
Diaboles is unemployed and doesn't know what days of the week are anymore. I know that happens to me when I'm on holiday for more than about 2 weeks. You just lose track of what day it is.
Yeah, it is expensive, Maritz. I got one for my birthday, and then I bought myself one.
Yeah.
It's for my my stream shelf that I have in the background, but I'm not streaming much at the moment because I can't really race. And for OOR, you don't want to see my mug too much. It's about the drivers. But I will showcase it at some stage. But yeah, you're not wrong. It's quite pricey. Like a little small set's like $30.
Yeah, I mean, if you start doing the proper, like the camper van was, well, that was 120 or 150 US.
Yeah, it's about $300 ish.
About
Maybe.
1,900 pieces or something like that. So,
Yeah.
it's pretty.
Yeah, that sounds similar to the Porsche.
Scope with a great opportunity here to get the job done into the chase. Saw him close right up at the lead up to the top of Skyline, so he's got the pace across the top of the mountain, but he's got to try and win the drag race, and I think he's going to get it done as he sweeps in front
Good
of
on.
Lewis, and job done. Great work by Scope.
Lewis is still an AM in the sprint series, so he did a good job to keep Scout behind him for as long as he did.
He's improved a lot.
Or Scope's terrible, one or the other.
Connor Stagg's got the Technic Lambo Sian. I've been looking at that, the green one.
Stunning.
That looks huge. I think that's got double the pieces of the one I have.
Yeah, it's like
500.
1,000 pieces, isn't it? It's sort of
No, it's got more,
ridiculous.
like 3,000 pieces.
Oh, 3,000, sorry.
It's something like that.
That and the Chiron. The Chiron looks fantastic as well.
Yeah.
Is
it good though,
is the,
Connor? Should I get it?
Is the Death Star still the gold standard for hard Lego builds?
I don't know. I just
'Cause
I've never
for
had
me,
a
for many
Technic until
years,
now.
That was the meme that, you know, if you could put together the Lego Death Star, you could literally put together anything from the IKEA catalogue. Like, you were that good.
Well, the way I did it was I've got like a coffee table with a big bit of space at the front of it, and that's where I kind of set it up. And when I'm sitting there watching something on TV, I work on it, and then I'll just leave it. Like, rather than try and put it all together in like an hour or so, which you won't do. It's fun. It's like some people sit on the couch and do crosswords. Some people sit on the couch and do puzzles or Sudoku. That's mine, just putting Lego together like a big kid. But when you make a mistake and you go back, probably 20 odd steps, and you put one spot in the wrong thing, you have to undo it all. I haven't done that yet, but I've seen someone that made a monumental error.
All right, I'll put a question in the chat then. What should I spend my money on? Should I get the Lego Mustang, or should I fix the leaks in my roof?
Mustang, when are you going to start it?
I'm not even sure why you're asking this question.
Yeah. I mean, the Lego Mustang looks pretty sick, but I do like not having water on my head, so
How big is
it's a
the
tough
Mustang?
choice.
Could the Mustang potentially be big enough to cover the leak above your head?
Or catch the leak.
Yeah.
Can I hold a
I'll
bucket?
use the parts to create a bucket to catch the water.
So they have a new Lego thing that's, I think, been released recently, which is the sort of 73 Porsche Turbo.
Yep, I
Porsche
saw that.
911 Turbo.
Looks really cool.
That's
Oh, no.
pretty sweet.
Oh, this is going to look very much like disaster. Oh, I thought we were going to see a death there at McPhillamy.
Use the pieces from the Mustang to fix the roof. See, look, we're problem solving in chat.
It's tempting. It's about that's my options at the moment. That's the choices I have to make. So, Holmes looking. Oh, as we've just seen somebody
Oh, that
parked it wrong
Washington.
ways.
That looked like Washington's Bentley. He has the only blue, either him or Pickford. Baggerman's, no, Washington, no. Who was that?
There was definitely a blue Bentley parked the wrong way on the lead up to McPhillamy.
Unless it's Vanderham, I'm not sure what color his Bentley is.
Just sussing it out.
Detective Mulliky's on the case. Yeah, Diabol's Lego is it's not a cheap hobby anymore.
No,
That
it's
is for
not.
sure.
I found it. It's Pickford and a wreck. So Pickford, it's Baggerman's in the car, sorry. So it's opposite locked, car 71. Gets a touch.
Get a tap. He does
Oh.
get a touch, and they both get round. So,
Just carry
oh,
them through the
great
street.
spin there from Sam. Oh, not
Not
quite.
today! Gandalf jumps in the way.
It's like, well,
You did spin me.
you did spin me, so dodge this.
If you can dodge a wrench, you can dodge a car.
Yeah, parry this casual. That's, I think, the message there.
It's all splicing up now. Last stint of this race.
Yeah.
Oh, there we go.
Oh, there's another touch and two cars around there. Oh,
That's
they managed to
Baggerman
hold
again.
on. That's Nichols.
Leave
Nichols and
opposite like
Baggermans.
alone.
Baggermans has been in all sorts.
Please.
He's
I'm
obviously
sure
got the
if,
monkey paw wish.
not sure if Baggerman's or Britney Spears. Leave Britney alone.
It's, and once again, we have these two cars now. We've got Johnson and Duong this time, but haven't these two teams had some quite hairy moments in the last hour or so? And Sam Reck gets 85, gets a stop-go 10 for causing that collision.
Yeah, harsher pens here for longer races.
Johnston does have the 20 seconds, so barring a huge issue from Duong has just got to drive well within himself. He's probably trying to catch Baggermans now, who's had all sorts of problems. So he may be able to steal another spot in Ryan if he can jump onto the back.
Yeah, I think the red does look good on the Ferrari there, Barney. Honestly,
sorry.
though, I really do like the yellow on it.
I read somewhere that yellow is officially Ferrari's colour. They're just always associated with red.
Yeah. I've always wanted a red Testarossa as a kid
Until you drive it.
to drive it, and it's pretty like a boat.
Yeah. I always thought the F40 was, you know, one of the peak, and then they did a review on it, and there's literally a shell motor and a steering wheel and a seat. There's absolutely no comfort or extras. There's no door handles on the inside of that car. You just get a drawstring.
No carpeting. Nothing.
No carpeting. It's-
Gross.
It does sound incredible.
Yeah.
You know what I
And
saw
it looks
today?
fantastic.
Guess what I saw in Launceston? McLaren 720. Couldn't believe it. I'm like,
Oh, you know that's not local.
I'm like, what the fuck? I couldn't take off from the lights. I'm like, did I just say that? As I drove past him in my Subaru Impreza. Fucking hell.
As Nichols picks up a pen now, so that's given Baggermans a chance to nab P7 now.
Would be for the incident with Baggermans, I suspect.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd say so.
Definitely.
Bigfoot in chat saying that incident was not ideal. I think that's a slight understatement.
That's a nice way to sum it up, to be honest.
Not suboptimal.
Suboptimal.
That'd be another polite way to describe it.
Yellow flag 989. Guess who it is? Guess who it is?
Oh no.
Can't be.
It can't
It
be.
is.
Stop at the same corner, Patrick. But I do admire this man. He's persistent. He's
He has
committed to it.
perseverance, I'll give him
Yes.
that.
I'd tell you what, he gets probably the most amount of screen time does this man every week.
Yeah.
He does it for the fans.
He's a fan favourite.
He gets on, everybody loves him, and you know we show him probably more than any other car. So
I won't watch your replay back
I
this
can't
time.
really fault his tactics at all.
Yeah, follow him on Twitch or YouTube or wherever he is now. Maybe he's on OnlyFans or who knows.
Mate, he'll have all three. He's that big now. Well, damn wise. And then no hit Sherlock.
Dan Murphy is correct. It is his debut.
Oh, what the hell?
It's, Pat's.
Oh, he's done it
Getting out of
again.
the way.
I wonder if that's crabbing. I'm wondering if that's not steering straight.
We should call him McCain's. Oh, McCain's has done it again. That's the next name
Have
for
a
his
look at
team.
steering inputs as he's going to come in and get that fixed. 3 minutes to go.
Get it fixed or just drive us straight out the back?
Yeah, it's going to get the surgical shotgun treatment, I think. Draw the curtains up.
And at some point, you have to put it out of its suffering, really.
Just going to drive it up here, around the back,
Round the back. Yep.
straight down here,
Away from the kids.
go down here, and into this shed. Into the shed. The shed of no hope.
Yep.
The shed of no return.
Tell the kids it's going to the farm to retire.
And gently pull the trigger. So Phipps and Young have had a nice quiet race, not featured much, but they've stayed within the top 5 fairly consistently.
That's the kind of race I'd like to have. I don't want to be on stream at all. I don't want to be featured in anything. I don't want anyone around me. I just want people to spin out in front of me, nab a couple extra spots. That'll the quiet life for me.
Same happened to Madison and Vecchio and Rose to a lesser extent. They've just been
Yeah, Rose was
quietly going about their business.
Rose was outside the 10 not long ago, so she's done very well to get herself up into P4. 8.2 seconds. This was probably down the last lap or two to go.
Just trying to find the biggest mover and shaker in that top 10. It's probably Bagman's. So they would start at 19th. So that's opposite lock. Pickford, 130. 15th they started. Johnson, 52, started 18th. Because I'd love to start doing some more interactive stuff with the viewers where you pick driver of the day and stuff like that. From a whole list of drivers. But I just feel that if we let it open up to all drivers competing, it'll turn into what F1 does. And everyone votes for Latifi or past they vote for Grosjean when he binned it at Bahrain. It just...
I know that in Split Red it'll be Bendik.
Yeah.
For sure. Every time in chat there's about 429 requests to see Bendik on stream. So
Yeah, there's always been those few drivers where, you know, there'll be vocal elements in chat saying what's such and such driver doing. And I think if you open it up to a fan vote, I think you'd have to split it. You'd have to split half fan vote, half stewards and commentary vote.
Yeah.
Or stewards and commentary select the top 5 and the vote is on based on the top 5 or something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good way to do it.
A lot of sports do here. The best player on ground, it's usually the commentators and the people calling the game.
Yeah, I think that's what we'd do though. It would be the casters and the commentators would nominate the 5, and then the viewers would pick the 5. The winner out of the 5, sorry.
Holmes right under the rear wing, trying to get himself into the top 20. We've got this lap and one more to go. Let's see how he runs it as that Bentley goes a little bit wide. Does have a fair bit of stonk though, does the Bentley down the straight.
Well, this is the top speed here for the Audi. That's not damaged. Well, maybe it is, I don't know. 270, 280, 282. Here we go, here's a chance.
Yeah, and is he going to hit? Oh, just had to back out of it. That's going to be questionable.
So Connor in chat saying the AM class leader ran out of fuel?
Well, yeah, because it wasn't Convoy. I think I saw JC earlier, and he wasn't leading AM class.
Who was it then? What car? There's like 4 people out of fuel after the chase.
They have absolutely left it marginal. There was another lap to go. Obviously not carried the 1 on their sums.
I need to see this. Give me a car number.
Who was leading, Connor? Talks in chat. Currently running in 10th with Carl Johnson. How big is the gap behind? Will that penalty drop you back, Talks? Or?
Connor Kingston animated in chat.
All right, well let's talk about them. The team Just Yes. They're going to pick up another win and can win every single race of 6 out of 6. I think I'm pretty sure that's right.
Yeah, I think
6 out of 6. Absolutely stellar. But today we've seen Bakita and O'Hara. Congratulations, well done. You won the series already, but huge effort and so much talent and skill in this team, and that's impressive. That is impressive. That is even the most impressive thing they've done all season.
It's a few drivers letting him go past, not having to do another lap. Team Just Yes with the win and the spin.
Yeah, I think Duong probably didn't have enough fuel for another lap, so he just waited at the line for them.
I don't know how you could be that marginal. Surely you always have an extra 3 or 4 laps. It doesn't affect your time that much.
Well, maybe there was the person behind them was a lap down, so it didn't matter what he did because he's off in racing at the moment.
Yeah, but he's already checkered flagged on the result.
So he's finished.
But I'm just saying he's probably still got fuel though.
Yeah. He just didn't want to do another lap. Knew there wasn't anything to lose or gain as Vecchio comes through the chase for the final time.
Well done, Vecchio P2. 96 Racing picks up P3. So Washington and Baldwin, they get back onto the podium. Vecchio and Madison though, what a race. They're finishing, the only other car that finished on the lead lap.
Yep. Everyone else a lap down. So Duong will finish in the top 10.
But what that's done is Johnson has passed him because he's doing another lap. Because Johnson has moved up to 9th from 10th there.
Ouch, yeah.
Baggerman's close enough to Nichols to fit into the penalty time there. So he'll move up to P7.
Lanyard into the top 10, finishing 9th. Great work, guys. And Rec is the last one. Sam Rec and Andy Nugent finishing P16 in the Lamborghini. Takes the Lamborghini P1.
There we go. Race over. Series over.
Driver time not enough to finish a lap. So there we go. They're running out of driver time, so they had to sacrifice it. Oh, geez, this game looks nice in the night, doesn't it? Beautiful. Let's check out the results. So overall, we've got Bakita, Vecchio, Washington in their respective teams. O'Hara, Madison, Baldwin, top 3. Me, Rose, Callum Gibbons, great performance, P4. Pro-Am class, Phipps and Young, Van Vliet and Herbert, Baggermans and Pickford. And in the AM class, we've got Conboy, Kingston, Lassan, Ilya, Miles and Brooker, Kefford and Knight. They cheated. But they're for top 3 there for AM class. And we'll just go back through the overalls. This is how it looks. Lay of the land. We did have Isaac Norman and Oliver Shoesmith. I don't know what happened, but 71 laps back. Hobbs and Ty had issues. They're 59 laps back. The Bowmanis brothers on debut. One to forget, but they'll be back. 41 laps down. And a few other cars that did finish the race, just suffered a few incidents and issues. But another great race and a great series. Thanks everyone for participating and watching. Thanks for joining me in the commentary box as well.
No worries, thank you.
As well.
We'll be in touch soon with everyone within OOR's community for the next endurance series and work out what we're going to do for you guys to get involved. Shout out to Pat Thick for his perseverance tonight. And obviously shout out to Just Yes, well, Bakita, Houlihan and O'Hara for their amazing work and winning the series. I'm going to sign off. Thanks for joining me in the commentary box again. I think one of you have already left.
Yeah, Franco left, but yeah, thanks for the invite and thanks for the race.
No worries at all. I'll talk to you guys later on. Have a good rest of the weekend.
Cheers.
Thanks, chat. It's been a pleasure as always to broadcast for you guys and girls. Hope you have a good rest of the weekend. We'll be back on... Oh, geez, when are we back? Tuesday night, I think, for V8 Supercar Series. And then we'll be back next week for our Paul Ricard 8 Hour. If you want to get involved, you know, what you can do is head to the website, register, join our Discord, and from there you can pick a series to join, or you can just sit in the Discord and just talk absolute smack, or you can jump into our casual nights. You can go to the secret house party room on Discord. Or whatever you want to do. It's up to you. Anyway, talk to you guys later. Be good and stay safe.